touch the stars, find the center of the universe. New reality in front of us, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rain. Sunset never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space, escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity.
All right, let's go ahead and get things started. I do hope everyone's having themselves a good Tuesday. For those of us in the Persuasion, that is Tuesday. For those who moved on to Persuasion, that is Wednesday. Do hope your Wednesdays are going well. The plan for today is I didn't know what else to play, so I figured we're going to take a chance with City Skylines 2, because I was really having a lot of fun with it the last time I played. The issue we ran into was it was crashing a lot the last time I played, which was the release day, or was like the day after release day. Either way, the first day I was able to stream it. The big downside we ran into it wasn't just crashing in the game closes kind of way, it was crashing in the I'm watching Windows boot up kind of way. So that said, just to like preempt all this, if it does crash in the takes out the computer way, we will immediately stop and just play something else. It's just something I can't afford to do, because whenever that happens, you lose like a huge bunch of stuff. Yeah, there has been 2 updates, which is why I'm giving it a chance. That said, the issue we were having, my understanding, is related to when the game autosaves, sometimes something goes wrong and it just takes down everything. I don't know the details past that because I haven't investigated farther than that, but that was my understanding, was something does not get handled inelegantly in a way of taking out the entire computer. So if that's still the case, then we'll deal with that, because that hasn't been something they've listed as their fix. That said, I have had like driver updates and everything else, and we had between the first and the second stream, because I tried to stream it twice, we had done all troubleshooting, and this one is just a couple updates that dropped. So that said, we are going to pick up where we left off with the colony Scarfdale that we made on stream. We're sitting right about 100,000 population. I don't remember at all what's going on in the city, because off stream, because I've been trying to see if I could recreate the issue, I've got Edenins, which is actually named Mountaindale because I saved over the same save file. So I've got that city going well. And I've learned a lot of things about like how to make incredible amounts of money in the game by being terrible and unethical and awful. Don't worry about it. But all that said, the plan is I'm going to start with City Skylines 2, and I think halfway through the stream roughly, we'll put up a vote, I'll put a bunch of games, and we'll see what we're playing. Because before stream, I was sitting there going, okay, what should I play? And I came up with a list of like 6 or 8 games. There wasn't really enough time to do any kind of poll outside of stream. And then like, you know, I could see how many people are like logged in, like watching the channel before I start stream. I won't say names or anything like that. But it was only like 2-3 people. And so I'm like, okay, there's no point in doing a poll for 2 or 3 people. I might as well, like, at that point, I might as well just be like, hey, what do you want to see? And let the 2 or 3 people say. We didn't do that. We, someone mentioned, you know, maybe give City Skylines 2 a shot, and I was like, you know, I debated doing that, so we'll just do that. Because I have a tool as well that I've been working on that cannot be trusted, which is why I don't share it with anyone. I want to get it to a more trustworthy place before I start saying, hey, if you want to use it, great. That's supposed to try and suggest games that you can strategically position yourself on the games page. And, like, it gives a list of a whole bunch of games that none of that, like, a bunch that I would never play on the channel, just they don't fit. But today I had my list of, like, 8 games that I was considering, and all 8 were on there, which is kind of a good problem to have, except for when you're trying to come up with the decision. Which is where it's like, whatever. Alright, so with that said, we are going to pop in here. We are on Scarfdale. I don't remember the name of the map we're on. I think it's the Windy River one. We have a bunch of money. I don't even remember what we were doing that we're getting that much money. I think we were just growing exponentially. But it's a North American setup. We do have disasters turned on. I don't have, unlimited money or any of those kind of things turned on. The tutorials are done. So that's just showing the settings we're on. We're going to go ahead and pop in here. Now, when I'm talking about unethical, I learned tricks from watching other content creators and my own experimentation. So for one, I learned a great way of getting cars off your road is parking. Like, obnoxious levels of parking all the time. What's going on over here? Oh, air pollution from the mine. That's right. Man, I don't remember it all. Oh, right. We were starting to build this monstrosity over here, these shelves, with city on them. We have this giant office district. We've got a subway system going through. It's like, this is actually a pretty... I wouldn't want to live in this city. Because you have, like, this weird, like, downtown area. You got this, like, nice overlooking the river kind of residential and the mine. We've got, like, a little industrial district over here, an industrial district down here. But everything's very spread out. So if you're not using the subway, you're getting on these highways and going everywhere. So let's start going through... And the cookie farm. Yes, and the center of downtown is the cookie farm. Was surrounded by Cookie Street. So the very center of downtown is an agricultural farm. As it was meant to be. Yeah, so we've got some people getting air pollution, which I think is from our mines over here. See, we can't determine that real fast. But we haven't been speeding up time yet, because I got so much we can catch up. Yeah, so it's... Did I have factories over here as well a while ago? Is that what I'm remembering? Because this is showing the pollution over here. I feel like I had a factory or something up here before. So we might just have to wait for that air pollution to pass kind of thing. As opposed to our trash management is, it's a little air unhealthy. Well, that's interesting. Wait a second. So, I'm not sure if you're noticing, these aren't in the map grid we can reach, but that's an exact mirror of what we've got here, and that's an exact mirror, and that's an exact mirror. So all the environmental impacts outside, it feels like it's just mirroring. That's weird. It doesn't matter, but it's just kind of a weird thing, because, like, in the normal game, we go out to the grid, I can get this whole area. I can have that. But all that out there, I can never take. I'm sure it'll be about 30 seconds before someone makes a mod that'll let you do that. And then you'll have all sorts of, like, weird side effects they never accounted for, and completely unmanageable performance stuff. So when we left off, I had this roundabout system I had up here. That this is the main drag that feeds into all of this up here. This whole, like, long neighborhood thing back here on the mountain's ledge, because we're making, like, these ledges and slowly building up the mountain. But a roadway into it is horrific. Which is interesting in saying that this has terrible traffic flow on that spot, because this seems perfectly fine. Versus this over here is legitimately bad. It's just weird that that's being marked as red. Okay. Power, we're good. Water. We are good just a little. So one thing I didn't do, do we have any tiles? Yeah, we go to the edge of the map over here. So this will be fine. So what we could do is just go right over here. And so what I've done is I've connected my water network to the outside. So in the future, if I have a surplus of water produced, then I sell it. That was something we hadn't done the last time that I learned since then. We do have a power connection, so that's the same deal. That's already doing its job. Alright. And this is a tile that there's, like, really not a whole lot we could do in the way of, damming and all that. Like, technically I could put dams up here on these mountains and then build the mountain out around it, but, Versus my other city, I actually have 2 giant dams. Hey, Mate, how's it going? Good time at cities? Like, overall? Just started the stream, really? You just... Yeah. I'm having a good time, and yes, we did just start today's stream. We're hoping it won't crash this time because it was pretty bad. Can I get a shout out for Iggy Mate if possible? And thank you for everyone who's been popping in so far. I know with the different hours, like it's taking people a little bit longer to pop in and all that. But you know, welcome in Burning Sun and Sentient Cookie. I believe Sentient Cookie grabbed the first. Am I right? Where are you? Yeah.
Program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Hey, Mr. Announcer Man. Shh. I'm welcoming my viewers. But yeah, so Sentient Cookie grabbing the first, but welcome in Burning Sun, Sentient Cookie, Smoker Silver, Kalaria Star, Iggy Maid, Kira Liz, and everyone else who's been popping in here, so welcome, welcome. And on top of that, we got Iggy Maid in chat. I've been playing some Baldur's Gate 3, so that's your jam, you can find that over there. Look, I actually want the radio on. I was in the middle of saying stuff, and you're being all rude and talking over me, Radio Man. We probably won't keep the radio on the entire time. Like, the radio's fine and all, but, it does get a little chatty, and it does get very repetitive. Okay, so we need to fit in more industry. I got all these pockets of areas I hadn't claimed, I forgot about. We can probably connect... So one thing I need to do is I need to start taking advantage of this railway. You may say Baldur's Gate 3, but I feel like most people are fatigued by it at this point, given how many people have been playing it. Yeah, I did a Baldur's Gate 3 as a redeem for the channel the other week, and I kind of came to that consensus was, yes, it's really amazing, but also, like, it did very poorly, and I think it was just one of the things. It's making me sleepy, the radio. It's supposed to. We can actually mix up the music, though. That's definitely the right direction. For being sleepy, that's certainly going to help. Alright, so you're having... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So... where is the traffic actually backed up from? Is it you trying to turn left? Yes, it is. So it's the cars here want to turn left. So first of all, we can go in here. And one thing I've learned with this game is traffic lights are evil. Get rid of them. Let them be free. Alright, yeah, so we got hearses and all that. And that's usually when you're dealing with traffic issues, what you do to approach is you just go to wherever the traffic starts backing up. And that's where your problem is. Alright, we can go here to this intersection. So I'm going to try and clear up some of this. Get rid of the lights. You are not allowed to go straight through. Yeah, you turn right or left, but no straight through. Same over here. No lights. Yeah, so I need to do a lot of work on this city. I'm just trying to decide where the heck I'm starting. Because like I said, I did this whole disaster over here, and these are terrible. One thing I did learn with my own playthrough off stream is that parking is actually really, 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 really useful. So, with all that said... Okay, so I did actually add some parking in the city. But we are fully utilizing all of the parking currently available. Did I get small crappy parking lots? That we did. Alright, so let's get rid of the small crappy parking lots. You don't fit here, do you? That is what we refer to as unfortunate. Have a commercial. Alright, so let's start switching our parking over to be reasonable. So we are knocking down a skyscraper to provide parking. Oh, another thing. The price for parking is yes. Yes is the price for parking. All of it. They're going to fully utilize it. All of it. Every cent. Maximum parking. We'll create the problem and we'll sell the solution. Alright, so we'll start with that. How's education doing? Oh, man. Where's the area that doesn't have... Those are industries, so they don't get schools. You're telling me I've got a ridiculous number of students who need schools, but I'm not seeing any areas that don't actually, like... It's only the residential, only these green ones. I mean, you're claiming this one has bad access as well, but then they're all green. There's a spot we could fit a school. Okay. So weird. They have coverage, but not enough size? Yeah, that's what's weird, though. Is normally you'll see, like, buildings will be yellow or red or whatever, as they individually don't have enough. Like, there's a couple red ones right here. With the school... Oh, that's... Yeah, they got an elementary school down here, so we probably just need another elementary school over in this area. Alright, that's starting to let up. At the university, we're just about maxed on, which I don't even remember what that is. Like, where that is, not what that is. I'm aware of what university is as far as that goes. Okay. Yeah, so that building's complaining, but I got a school there, I got a school here, and we got a school over here. So we'll let that settle in, because it could be we also just had a death wave, which is just a thing that happens in City Skylines, is if you grow too fast, your people are all in kind of the same age range, which means kind of all your people get to advanced age at the same rough time, and it's bad. So we can make the technical school, which is probably what we'll do. Alright. Nice, clean water. It's perfect. Alright. Oh, wait, did I, there was the thing about the boats that I didn't realize before. So we got the ship connection over here. I remember I was trying to set that up beforehand. Right. Cool. We now have an outdoor ship connection, so we can get... Is it there? So we can get our boats to come in to bring us tourists. Alright. So one of the other things I learned about this game is you can actually have pretty strong control over the citizens' demands. And if you want to know how we do that, it's gonna get a little spicy. It's gonna get a little spicy. It's super unethical, by the way. And what that's going to do is it's going to make less people who are uneducated want to live here and more people who are. Real life, that's super terrible to do. But in the game, it's helping you economically. This needs to not work this way. We're just getting this pushed back in the highway. Alright, we'll have to figure that out. Yeah, I'm trying to make... Oh, that's right. So the projects we were working on before is I'm moving a north highway up here. They can see that, and we got the south highway down there. So that way we effectively have a highway system that goes around downtown. And while this is kind of cool, it's not very useful. So you'll notice the demand for our lower density housing has been going down just a little bit since we did that. The goal is to get rid of a lot of that. Do in real life, got it. Absolutely. If you want to be wealthy and you don't care about ethics, man, I am so spoiled about my other city. Here's a question. Do we want to continue the city or do we want to make a new city? Because I'm sitting there now, like, seeing all the mistakes I've made. Gotcha. This is not a democracy. You're not the mayor, but more like a dictatorship. Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think of how to even approach this, but we're in one of those things where I've made a lot of this poorly and trying to even, like, figure out where to start fixing it. You'd be okay with the new city. No, that's fine, Butte. City builders are all about learning and restarting better. I'm all for whatever you want to do. I appreciate all the do what you want stances. What are people thinking? Would you rather see a new one or would you rather see this one go? Like, we're doing this weird, like, cliffside thing. The downside with the new city is we gotta... we'll just start a new city. Because I'm trying to remember how I'm even doing a lot of this. Because, here, let me show you the other city I have been working on off-stream real fast. Like, it's just this tiny little dead city. But its population is already halfway up to what it was. We chatter and say, that's great. But yeah, it's like this city has no traffic. I say as like that circle's full right now. But this city has almost no traffic for being at like 60,000 and having tourist destinations. And do you know what the secret is, chat? Do you know what the secret is? Parking everywhere. Parking absolutely everywhere. And we have trolleys. I think this is one of my trolley lines. Trolleys everywhere, and no cars allowed in half the streets. It's wonderful. Oh, also, I may have dammed all the rivers. Don't worry about that. The town doesn't really need water, but we are backing it up. But yeah, let's go ahead and start a new city. We won't do the whole tour of that one. Truly a paradise. Yes, with the lack of rivers. Okay, so what map are we feeling? I believe the one we did last time, I think that might have been Waterway Pass. And the map this one is Mountain Village. And the eerie lack of music is very uncomfortable. So what would we want this to be? I'm gonna also update the title to say New City Starts Now. New City Starts Now. Although, oh yeah, so New City Starts Now, so just update the name so it's not misadvertising. Let's see, so Barrier Island looks cool. So we got one mentioning Barrier Island, we got one for Great Highlands. Let me go ahead and update this other one. You know, I did say big city gets bigger, question mark, so I think I'll leave that one alone. So we got one for Barrier Island, which is a very flat, broad area from the looks of it. And we got the Great Highlands, which looks like it's got some hills on the other. Brainspoon says, when you played City Skylines 1, you tried to do the ethical thing and plan things out so I don't destroy homes. But after a while, it's like, well, let's put a highway through this poor neighborhood. I mean, you end up like that's we could get into that whole thing, like not the related issues to that, but like just for the cases where a city outgrew expectations. Let's see, we got Sweeping Plains, San Francisco, River Delta. We already did Waterway. I kind of want to avoid the really flat places. Mountain Village is the one I'm doing in the other map. So I'm kind of feeling the Great Highlands. Because the Barrier Island, you have like the one island out there. I think this is supposed to be like what Manhattan is, where you got like the mainland, you got like the one giant island. Granted, in real life, Manhattan is mostly piled trash. Like literally they made land with trash. Archipelago Haven looks interesting. That looks interesting. I didn't realize there was going to be that much elevation in the archipelago. I'm thinking archipelago, so a series of islands that some of the islands happen to be very mountainous. We have all the connection types. It's supposed to rain a lot. There's oil. There is like no ore. Said River Delta. Yeah, I want not flat. Archipelago or Twin Mountain. Let's say between because this one it's hard to see if they're mounds. Like I see the mounds out in the distance, but it's hard to see if those will be in play. Archipelago or Twin Mountain. Like do either of these call out to someone? Like I like the mountainous stuff because it makes you have to play around the mountains and use all that. Like the Windy Fjords is probably also. I keep adding ones. Windy Fjords, Twin Mountains, or Archipelago. I don't really necessarily go up with a full-size pole because the silence is deafening. Windy Fjords, good enough for me. Galesburg. Okay. So we've got all this. We've got disabled tutorials. We're not gonna give unlimited money or any of that. I'm gonna make it European style because it's supposed to be whatever. Man, all right. I'm turning on my own music in the meantime. The total lack of music here is just really weirding me out. Storgeburg. Sure. Storgeburg. And the people of Storgeburg will be the Storgingtons. Alright, so music should actually start now. Okay, so new city is go. Because it's been like a whole week or something. Alright, oh yeah, that's great. There is a lot of hills and mountains to do. Please tell me this is the very center. It is the very center. We get to go all the way out here. Alright, I'm game. Yeah, that's a lot of mountains we can work around. I wonder if we could actually put a proper dam over here. Maybe not. It depends. I'm curious how the water physics works offside the map. Because in real life, if I dam this river, let it fill up, it'd just go around this way and flood my city. But that's out of play. So I don't know how it treats that. We'll see. It looks like we have our main highway access is over here. We've got a railway access over there. There's going to be boats out this way and planes out this way. Alright. So first things first, before we can get anything else done, we got to figure out our water situation. If we were to put pumps... Okay, so the water all comes in from the ocean. That actually has a lot of problems. And the reason it has a lot of problems is because I can put my wastewater here, and then it dumps out there, and would come back around here, which is the only place I could put my pumps. So I could potentially put the wastewater here and put my pumps there. I think we're gonna go and deal with some water towers, I'm guessing. Because it feels like this is gonna be an issue in the long run. They have a water tower over there. Yeah, Pooh Lake. Right, I don't have much space to work with yet. So in the meantime, I know it's upriver, but I'm worried if it put too close to this water supply, will contaminate it. Make a big hole to dump it in. We'll get there. Alright, so I've got those set up. I'm going to need power. How is the wind on this tile? It's not great. So up here it would be really good, where it's turned all orange. So I could do lots of wind power up on these mountains. But down in the valley it's terrible. Which does mean we're probably going to be dealing with coal. Or I could say, forget the coal. I don't want your coal. Instead, I'm just going to hook up a transformer, and we will import it. So we're paying out the nose for power for at least the short term. I'm also going to go here and say, your little box here, get rid of it. I don't want it. Don't tell me how to start my city. I do what I want. Alright, so... looking at the terrain, I've got this ridge here that'll be fun to like play along, have the ridge on one side and have more city underneath it. You got another ridge over there, so like this kind of weird shape there could be like part of the city. Have like a little bit down along the shore, have a little bit down along the shores here as well. We could buy e-juice for fish. E-juice for fish? Whatever. I do what I want now. Yep. Alright, so the good news is this game they made the roads pretty cheap. Like it says, 1,250 a mile, and you're like, oh my god, that sounds like so much, and then you see that you have $380-something thousand. So I think what we're gonna do is for right now is I'm gonna go ahead and choose the thing where it'll let me just keep winding the roads. Oh, that's a smaller road. Let's grab the road that follows the side. Alright, so the plan here is going to be... I don't have it on curve. Give me that road back. Give me that one. Then go ahead and make that curve around a little bit. Yeah, we'll make this curve this way with intentions on later on having it follow that mountain line. Okay, so there's that spot. Do I want to have a medium road go down there? I don't actually think I want a medium road. I think I want just a smaller one. Actually, let's see if we take this a step farther. Let's go for really small going off that way. So we're gonna have ourselves a nice little dirt road exit. The whole game's gonna stop responding for a moment. It's great. Up there it goes. All right. Get ourselves some nice riverfront property on the soon-to-be Gross Water River. And we'll go from here. We'll do a branch off of this road. Actually, let's change this road here. And this one here. Proper Strider had a great time. With Strider thinks food poisoning. Oh, that's no fun. We're just trying to get some initial road set up. Yeah, no, food poisoning's no fun. I have been. It is not something I wish about people. You do like proper food poisoning once. And you're just like, you know what? That's slightly undercooked? Nope, not eating it. That's not fresh? Nope, absolutely not. Put roundabouts in on these intersections because that's the way we live our lives. Nah, I'm not gonna do a roundabout there. Okay, so there's gonna be some low density residential down here, down by the Pooh River. And we're gonna put some, like, a bunch of the commercial and all that up here, I think. Probably end up putting more ways up and down there as we get like public transportation and all that in here. But in the meantime, is the game feeling really loud to everyone else? Or I know I accidentally bumped my headset volume earlier. So I'm not sure. The music is very loud. Thank you. That's what I need to know. So audio. Da-da-da-da-da. There's the radio volume, I'm assuming is what it is. Okay. I'm gonna go here and just set all of that to be a giant residential. We're probably gonna regret this immediately because I'm gonna get this giant influx of people. It'll maybe be fine. Oh, actually got rid of that zoning. Okay. So we've got down here is gonna be residential. We're importing our power right now, so we're not producing our own power yet. I just realized I didn't actually hook up my water supply. So there's a connection for the gross water. There's a connection for this. And I don't know if this even matters at all, but we're going to put an observation platform on it. I don't think that'll matter unless they put it close enough to where they can build. Maybe cut back near the river's edge so it doesn't make the river look weird. I tried to make it so it should be close enough to the edge that it won't be a problem. Like we'll have like a little bit here. If it ends up being an issue, I can either try and terraform it or We can like unzone like the last squares or whatever to prevent it from messing up the edge of the water too much. Alright. So which way does the wind blow? So the wind blows this way. So it seems like our industrial should be over here. Interestingly enough, I actually have an area here that looks like it would have been... How is that for windmills? Is that actually any good? Ooh, that's not bad. Yeah, so our industrial move over here. And for the moment, we're gonna be cheap. We're going little town here. Like, this will absolutely need to be upgraded. Here, actually. And this is something I tend to do with my industrial zones and all that. My industry tends to be very grid. Whereas, like, my neighborhoods, I like to make them much more curvy and moving around and flowing. Alright, so we're probably going to be contaminating that water, and that's probably just the way it's going to be. No, it's not. We're not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this last segment here. And the reason for that is I'm trying to avoid contaminating our water supply. Since I'm probably not going to be able to, depend on the water here. Or depend on the water in the, out here for anything, because it's being pushed in. I'm very liable to have the pollution get right back to us. Alright, here, I'll help you out. You're figuring it out, that's fine. Yeah, so if you go here and check the water, I want to keep that uncontaminated. I could definitely add another water tower down here in this area, but we'll worry about that later. They also want commercial. Now, generally, you actually want to mix your commercial and residential. We'll worry about that later. Put in the center ring. The commercial, yeah, it's debating here or putting it up on this ridge above the residential. I can see doing that as well. Like, it'll probably end up being in both areas, I think, realistically. Because I have found you end up using a lot of commercial. Tower. Oh, in the ring down here? We can check. I don't actually need a second one yet. I want to preserve that a little bit. I'm trying to set this road up such that I can hopefully avoid ruining this mountains, like this little cliff sides, a little, like as much as possible, because we're gonna have to make like ramps that go up.
What kind of future does music
Okay.
have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
Alright, there'll be our commercial district. Actually, I clicked off into the prompt over there. And we'll want to make walking paths to go in between here. So that way they don't have to drive on that main road all the time. There we go. Okay. So I don't think... Can we add paths yet? We can. I think the best place we can go... There. Got a walking path to go over there. Alright, you look like you're not going up against this tile anyways. Have a cool little path of the tunnel. Alright. So we got the start of our little town here. Residentials are starting to move in. Yeah, so we're starting out with like dirt roads and all that. That the idea is this is supposed to be like this really little town that's building up. So we got dirt roads, we got this like little neighborhood down here. Just over top the ridge, you got like the commercial district and all that. Way out here, we've got the industrial district doing its thing. We are going to add a wind turbine over here, I think, because that's almost 5 megawatts of power, so it's nearly maxed. Actually, let's wait. I'll put it up here on the tops of these cliffs. Let's see, maybe put paths, a bunch back and forth between the residential. I probably do need a path going down from like here to here. Yeah, where we got those other paths, let's go ahead and do that. So the downside is that does mean I'm going to have to get rid of houses because that's just the way the game works. I'll try and get rid of some of these. So I've got that one there. Yeah, it's just going to have to be that way, isn't it? Okay, so we've got paths to like help walk you between the areas. You just have to walk up and go across the street and whatnot, but that's what it is. I like the game busts out cranes for a one-story family house. I mean, of course. But you don't realize they're all manufactured homes, so this crane's just taking the whole house, just going thunk, putting the whole thing in place. It takes them longer to actually put the crane up than it does to build the house. Alright, so we gotta wait a minute for this to do its thing. Alright. Call the city Dankbird. I'm not calling it Dankbird. Hey, Poity, how's it going? I am just hoping that this runs well. Like, I'm actually not streaming to TikTok today. Because, like, we were having hard crashes, like, take out the computer crashes when I played it when it first came out. A couple of updates gone by, and I'm just really hoping that doesn't happen. But I am, like, deliberately not streaming to TikTok specifically because you have to use the TikTok Live Studio, which is completely unreasonable in the amount of CPU it eats up. So I'm trying to do what I can to see if we can actually stream this. If at any point the stream just goes fully down, I just know it will be coming back, or at least it should be. If not, I'll get on my phone and I'll let people know. But it'll take a minute or two because I have to wait for my computer reboot. If that happens, that'll be just the end of City Skylines because I obviously can't stream it if it completely crashes my computer. Then how about Dankville? I'm not using Dank, Strider. Why would I call it Dank? What is Dank about this? It's got a name. It's Storgeburg. People suggested it. I was like, you know what? Whatever. I'll do it. Alright, so we've got all this going on. Wait, actually, is there really not good power on this hill? Huh. Why are you saying dang it? Because I didn't go with the name you wanted? Oh, you're too late. I mean, to be fair, I would probably not do dank anything anyways. Just being fully transparent, that's not the kind of naming I would go for in the first place. Alright. So we've got the pop music thing, so I can get 3 more tiles. For the moment... So I could go for the mountains to put the wind up here to get good power. That way I'm not reliant on importing my power. I think that'd be okay. Alright. I don't have any idea how many of these I need. Oppenheim? Are you not connected? Oh, they require just regular power connections. Well, you see, that's kind of embarrassing. Alright. I did not realize. I figured it was going to be the high voltage transformer thing. That's fine. We'll still hook it all up. It does mean I need to be mindful that I can't just jam a bunch of those all onto one connection and just go with it. Oh, right. I forgot I could just hold the mouse button this one and just bring it on over and say up to there. Which is okay. But it does mean I can only put like so much power in one area. Okay, so we've got some windmills set up. Oppenheim. Are you trying to say for the name of a city? Like, I don't know what's happening right now. Okay, so power. Alright, so we're officially making more power than we're using, which is the goal there. Our water is fine. Yeah, nah, it's if I can have you calm down on that, Strider. It's also one of those things that, generally speaking, I've said before, like, the consume the orphans thing really isn't something that, like, it's fine once it's like a rare joke, but even then I'm like, because it's never a thing I've done on the channel, and it's, you know, it's one of those things you try to be mindful when someone's popping into your channel for the first time and that's what you see is like, what is that representing for your channel? Does that align with what you are and all that? So it's fine that it's been a joke and all that before, but it's one of those things I'm like, I really don't, it's not my favorite. I'll put it as that. Alright, so I'm thinking the medium density residential, we're gonna start putting that up here. And I'll start putting that off of this. Actually, pedestrian road. Trying to think if there's a good way I can get another road to like run right along this one. So it's not a grid, but it kind of supports it. So I could probably do this, make it 90 degree by 90 degree. Give just a little bit of space. Go over here for the other side of that neighborhood. Go the same distance, 90 degree. You know what? That'll be acceptable. Alright, because they want medium residential now, so you go ahead and grab some medium residential. And I'm treating this as like it's going to be a highway in the long run. Okay, so with that, we also got trash processing we need to do, so we'll have to add the landfill. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where do I want to put that? Because the wind's blowing up here. I probably want to leave this side open for going down this coast a little bit. And I can just put it on the other side of this, which isn't probably the best. Scoot you over a couple of ticks so that road can get larger. Maybe a dedicated road for the trash stuff? Maybe eventually. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and just work with what I got because I can't expand the territory yet. But I'm gonna try and break the area up a little bit as things go along. Okay. Alright, so what else we unlocked? We unlocked the clinic. Honestly, for right now, put the clinic right here on what is effectively going to be the highway.
Updates to our power grid. The city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This
what are you talking?
Local public service announcement.
We're producing a surplus.
Spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand.
None of those things are true.
Has anyone seen my keys?
We're producing more power, water, and everything that we currently need. What are you talking about?
Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please.
Absolutely fake news. I'm like, when it's like, your power's bad. I'm like, what do you mean?
Thank you.
The power's fine.
Second moon.
Okay.
The leader of the City Services Division is with us in the studio today to talk.
Yeah, so by making these pedestrian only, you'll see only service cars back here. So that'll help out with the traffic in the long run.
Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back.
Okay.
After this. Interesting news from the city's.
I hate some of the stuff on the radio where it's like,
tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local.
That's right. You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this.
just some of the radio things where, I don't know, we might turn on our own music and just ignore the radio. Because, like, a lot of times they pop in, you're like, you're giving wrong information. You're trying, but you're not getting there. So apologies for those who are going to watch this on YouTube later. You're just not going to have music, so sorry about that. But the radio is very repetitive. Alright, so we are just getting more... What did I say? I have to have the medium or standalone apartment buildings. I don't really care about that. So that's going on. Have you heard of the video game called The Elder Scrolls? Skyrim? No. Sounds like a terrible game, though. I've played a little bit of Elder Scrolls on the channel. Yeah. I think the big problem with the radio in the game is there's just not enough variety in it. So you end up hearing a lot of the same stuff again and again and again and again. You're just like, no, really, I'm ready for you to stop saying the things you're saying. Alright, I am going to build off this highway. Or what is intended to someday be a highway. We'll go over that far, I think will be good. You're over 7,000 hours? Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, the reality is when it comes to Skyrim, I've actually put a bunch of time into it. I had a very good time of it. That said, I wouldn't say, like, I'm some, like, avid follower of it or anything. It's a fun game. But, like, we tried to do it on the channel. I did the thing where you can have the chat GPT, like, NPC for just the shenanigans, and that was fun. But, like, setting it up and keeping it running was a huge pain in the butt and was not free. And as far as like people tuning in, it was pretty lukewarm. Like people who were in for it were like had a really good time from what I was seeing, but like actual viewership of it was not that great. So for the record, this is very quickly becoming a very not walkable town. Not by deliberate decision. It's just all these subdivisions where I have to like go way out. It means if I wanted to walk to like go to the local store, I got to walk this whole way to get there. But the medium density gets it. Like medium density, you just walk to the end of your road, hop in, and you're at all the businesses. So this is a very walkable area. These businesses down back here would be a little rougher. They would be accessible to these neighborhoods, but like this would not be particularly walkable. We'll see about later as we get commercial demand, all that. I fully expect a lot of these will effectively begin increasing in density as time goes on. Alright, so you want more medium density, which is what I was counting on when I made this loop. And you want more light density. Cool. We want more commercial. We'll make a walking path from that side over. So let's do that now. They probably don't need a walking path. Oh, that's pretty close. We'll put one over here, I guess, on the far end. So go way over here. Okay. That people can walk along here a little bit. You really wish there was better labeling and how low rent zones to indicate that it's high or low density. Yeah. Like you start recognizing the buildings, but I do wish when you're looking at this or even like this grid, they'd be like, instead of just being slightly brighter and darker, like make the high density, like make it like deep, deep, deep dark green. Like you can just really see it almost like solid green. You know, have the light density there. And then like maybe use a texture instead of just how bright or dark it is. Alright. So we can go ahead and buy more land. Let's grab those 3 tiles, I think. So grab that one there for expanding our industry. Or like outlines. Yeah. Something to make differentiating a little easier. Alright, we got 3 things here. So, honestly, dealing with the trash is one of the earlier ones I like to get. I also like to get the education early. I also like to get the roundabouts early. I like all the things. Can I have it all, please? Everything would be great. If I could just have one everything. I haven't decided yet which way we're going to go with the power. The crematorium is also a really good one to get early. I'm actually going to grab it. And because I have a point in the college. We won't be ready to build the college for a while, though. Parking early. The parking takes a little bit to build up for, but yeah. But yeah, usually what'll end up happening is I'll probably make this into a large roundabout. I'm going to go ahead and do it now, and then you will be one as well. Oh, interesting. You won't let me do that. It's unhappy with the intersection. You know what? That's fine. We'll deal with that. So go ahead and take this out of here. Yeah, it's because that's too close. We're going to take that out. It's going to anger all those businesses. Hey, sorry. You're the one whose game mechanic was like, no, you can't do that. It's impossible. And we can go here, commercial, rezone it. Oh, those are being associated there, so you'll be residential, residential, residential. Okay. But did you know you can click and drag, select multiple tiles to buy? I did not. Vertigo Square, so we can get ourselves a fancy house. So Vertigo Square. The reason I like the fancy house, though, is I can actually squeeze it into our places that won't let me build houses. And we do have the Pop Musician house. So that feels like it should get to be someplace special. We'll deal with that in a minute. In the meantime, we can put the crematorium in here somewhere. I forgot how big you are. Let's put that over here, I think. It's probably not a good location for it, but I'd rather have that. Middle of Loop Road. So the only problem was it was going to bulldoze the houses on the other side as well. I could have maybe put it over here, but that's like in the commercial district, which is a little weird. But we'll get there. And like down here... Oh, the Pop Mansion in the middle of the... down here? So you're thinking like... I can go with that. As I find a spot, I'll actually take it. Because it's real picky, it'll probably be over here. Cool. And we keep leveling up before I'm able to get stuff done. Just keep expanding, because eventually I want to get to the railroad, which is... Where's the railroad? Oh yeah, the railroad's way the heck out there. Yeah, it's gonna be no time soon. That's fine. Alright, so we got our different industry specializations. So technically I can put my chicken farm over here. Honestly, that's not the worst idea. Go ahead and set this up. And there's this bug, which is really annoying. It doesn't appear, so I delete it. And I go here and be like, hey, no, really, I'd actually like that zone. So I collect this exact same building. There. It just sometimes won't place correctly. And for the record, I have no reason to be choosing these dirt roads. But it just feels thematically like we're a little tiny town. We have not yet established ourselves in any meaningful way. We're probably gonna have like a bunch of like little gravel and dirt roads everywhere. Well, that's interesting. It lets me include that even though it's underwater. Let's see what happens with that. I never looked at it before. And let's go ahead and include the side of the mountain, even though that's definitely not going to work correctly. But I'm curious to see it. I want to see how cursed it becomes. Yeah, that's... Good luck with that. It's terrible enough that I'm actually... You know what? I don't want to look at it either. Now, where's the actual points we set up here? You see that farm sim? Okay, we can do better than that. I wish I could actually see this on this screen. Like, I could turn off the overlay. So yeah, so we got the trees up here, so we can scooch up just a skosh. a 1.5 Scotias. That's alright. Still don't like this spot, but that's fine. And that just goes into the ocean. It's totally cool. Alright, so we finally have a large industry there. We have where we can set our specialized industry areas. I'm not going to worry about that. Not going to worry about those buildings. We still need to build our elementary school. And as is the tradition, we definitely put the elementary school nearby the people who have lots of money. And sorry for the people who are out in the burbs. You want to be away from everything, and you are away from everything. I'm gonna go ahead and just expand it now. I'll end up needing to anyways. Alright, so we've got all that. We can worry about high school when we get there. Add a playground on the school? I believe when you add the playground at school, isn't that like a separate building? Yes, it's a playground. It does help the well-being of the students and all that. And then there's also a clinic attached you can do as well. Alright. Got ourselves a playground. That is a pretty lame playground. Mostly just because there's this giant open space. Doesn't even have a jungle gym. Alright. So we also need a firehouse. And a police station. Oh yeah. I'm in love with our improved home looks. Cool, man. Alright. So you are going to end up needing a high school as well. Which is going to require me to like set aside space for it because the high schools are obnoxiously large. Okay. Yeah, kids do like to do the running. Alright, so we can go ahead. Oh, we have 3 points here. Parking and road services, so we can start tackling that. And that means the very first thing we're going to do is right next to that school. Right across the street is going to be an obnoxiously large park. Oh, that's where the police department is. I was like, why won't you let me build this here? Trying to figure out where I can shove in some of these. There, so we got a nice giant parking lot just in the middle of the city, as you do. We also got the road services stuff. We'll need to add the road maintenance equipment here. For the moment, just gonna shove that back there. The city's growing so fast that I'm not getting a lot of stuff set up. Alright, let's grab those 3 tiles over there. I don't think we want to grab the ones over here on this side yet, and that's not particularly usable space at the moment. We'll go like that. A parking lot that fits almost as many houses as the city. Yep. And even though I'm charging maximum price, it is slowly filling. Yeah, no, we did start a new city, because the sitting there's like, I don't even know what I want to do with this. I was like, you know what? It's been a week. Do we want to start a new one? And people are like, yeah, let's just start a new one. Alright, so I'm not going to worry about... Oh, I could actually jump right up to underground parking. Done. Hey, parking lot, I know you just arrived in the city, but you're fired. Your services are no longer needed here. So let's go right up to underground parking. Because it is way more space effective. So put that there. It technically doesn't have quite as much space as the other one, but it's also way smaller. Well, that's a good thing. It was nobody's home, it was her place of business. It's entirely different. And definitely doesn't have any ramifications that bleed over to other things. Alright, so we'll need to set up offices. We could also set up our districts now. Here, turn off all the snapping. Okay, so that's a residential district. I can turn back on snapping. I do wish there was a snap this to the other one, please. Starting this. And then this is the commercial district. Oh, just unsnap it if you're gonna be this way. So I didn't do the like no snapping on my other city. So when I went to do this, it would like instantly just lock right on. I didn't have to go through a big hassle. Okay, so that's the commercial district. And then I'll have to fix these later, and I know I'm going to regret it. That will be our higher density residential. And there's our industrial. Gotcha. So this is going to be a problem if I do it this way. Alright, so let's go here and let's fix this zone. Because it is getting mad at me for having it submerged in water for some reason. I can't figure out why. Alright. Can't imagine why I was unhappy about being underwater. Where's their sense of adventure? Have they ever heard of aquaculture? It's not how it works, but you know, they could just do some aquaculture stuff. Get some fish, use them to fertilize the crops. You know, that whole shebang. Alright, there you go. Okay, so we got all that fixed. So that was just messing with districts. So we got public transportation here, which is the taxi and bus depot. I usually don't like taxi and buses in my cities. And the reason for that is it still keeps the vehicles on the road, which doesn't really help that much. Oh yeah, let's just build a grand hotel in this city. Yeah, this tiny city and just this giant hotel. It's dirt roads. It's a chicken farm? Yep. Just like this giant thing. Alright, so we actually have want for offices in high density. So I was actually really hoping to... Alright, we'll keep going with this pattern. Then go here, keep at the 180, go out a little bit farther. $180. Now this one's going to be a regular road. It's not going to be what I have been using. That is going to be... Let's make it the office space, actually. Alright, we'll end up making that into a district at some point. Because we have desire for offices, we have desire for higher density housing. And the reason I'm doing it this way is that I'm going to connect this road so we can get cars on it to move around. But I want these middle neighborhoods to not have cars going through it very much. It's a transformer station. So I could put another roundabout up here to get back into this area. Like, this could be, like, more, not grid, like it's curved still, but kind of grid-esque in the sense that we have this pattern to it. While as you get out into, like, the outskirts here, it's just kind of nebulous webbing wherever it needs to. Like, we'll probably do that over here, too, is we'll, like, have a bunch of nebulous, like, webbing little neighborhood down there. This is all industry up here. Let's check our water and all that, because we can import-export. Alright, so power is getting close to our utilization we can handle. Let's go ahead and tap you in here. Upper power. Oh, it's saying you got like this tiny little extra bit of cable. There you go. Alright. Another thing we'll do here is we'll go to our advanced stuff here. No parking on the road. You pay for our parking or you don't get any. There we go. Same here. Parking is of it. No, it's not. I was like, there's parking available. You will use it, or you will do without. Parking is actually not available right now. We are fresh out of parking. Sorry. Yeah. Wait, you can't reach that. Hang on. Yeah, we'll just move you down here somewhere. There you go. Maximum price. Is there to make the road place without parking allowed? Not that I've seen, but you gotta go back and like clean up your roads and all that. Yeah, so these are pedestrian roadways, so you'll notice there'll be only like the occasional like police car and taxi will be all that goes through it. Because that's the ways I've found to manage your traffic real well, is to have your main roads and all your like back roads that you don't want people driving around in, to just make all of those pedestrian. Now these ones down here, these dirt roads, those will remain the way they are, but more than likely those will change in time, but these will just go away. Alright. So, we need to continue expanding this city. So I think what'll happen is oh no, the transformer's there. I'd be like, can I add back here a roundabout, but that transformer will have to move, which is fine, but kind of a pain. Because they also don't want to have to move the transformer every single time something comes up. That said, it's in the way, so it can move. Yeah, it's highway, so you won't go on that. We could just shove the transformer into the industry area. Just have you back here. Pop you in right there. Power. And that still will power everything because this road supports everyone. Okay, so now let's try going in here to set up another way to build in that back neighborhood. It's unhappy about our walking path, which you can fix later. So get that out of here, and big ol' roundabout. It wasn't happy because that's technically a highway connection. Put the roundabout bit fire download, pass the transformer. I figured I could do that, but I also don't want to deal with it. Alright, so now we can go ahead and pop out this way. So again, we'll grab the regular road. Yeah, we'll grab a regular road to connect over there. So you can grab you. Cool. And then grab the regular road. Grab pedestrian road. And one last regular road. We'll end up wanting to change a lot of this later as public transportation becomes available. But for right now, it'll do what we need. Okay, so we've got this. Oh, you're not supposed to be that. You're supposed to be a regular road. So what this does, it gives us a way that the cars can come back into this area, go all the way around to this back road. These are pedestrian roads in the middle, so only those cars can get in there. We are going to go and probably make a horrific mistake. Oh wait, I can't actually build high density. Never mind, I'm not going to make the horrific mistake of building the high density yet. So instead, we're going to build a lot more. I prefer the row houses. They look better, in my opinion. A bunch of row houses. Later on, we'll be able to get where it's the medium density and commercial combined mixed zoning. We just don't have access to that yet. Alright, we can go over here to this, and honestly just stretch that straight on out. No, nothing extra special about it. Go industrial. We could fix our zoning real fast. Not our zoning, fix our districts. The districts can be useful for lots of different things, which is one reason of taking the time to actually try and correct them here and there. You can set policies based on district that can be helpful. You can get information from districts individually. Thanks, Plane. Okay. Let's see. So that should be building that up. We're going to want to go to our schools because I still need to build the high school. Let's get that in here before we get too far. Because we're going to need that to continue to develop the city. We can put it just up the road here. It's not my favorite place to put it. I'd rather have it in the middle of residential. But for the moment, that'll do. Because what will happen is this is going to stretch out and probably stop around here. So that'll be on the edge of residential as well. And it's nearby that, so they could at least walk to it from the other houses as well. Eventually, I'll probably put trolleys along this main road here. Alright. And we don't have many people eligible for college yet, so we don't need to worry about that quite yet. But what is going to end up happening is we're going to get more and more aggressive on our taxes to keep people wanting to be of higher income. Put the pressure on them, being like, have you earned enough yet? What if? Hear me out. You earned more. Look, man. Taxman needs his money. And you're not making enough. Yeah, let's leave it like that. Probably add a path over here as well. Alright. So a little bit of low density as well since they're asking for it. Okay, let's try and go through here and fix this up. So if we take the exact same road that already is, there's a trick where I can unlock it. You can kind of finagle the roads around a little bit. It's not perfect. Yeah, so that looks a little bit better. I mean, not really that much. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, so some of those can be hard to do. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people like to go for the grid. You can make the grid look really easy. Like, not easy, look good. By just clicking grid and saying this one, and do that. So it's really easy to make a, really good grid. But, I don't really like going too hard on the grid setup. Cool, tiny town. So we get more tiles. Alright, how are we doing in power again? Power could use a little bit more. Okay, so those are going to be tricky because I'm going to fill up what that connection can handle, and I'll end up needing to put like another series over here and like connect them to a different ingress point. Because eventually like along here somewhere will become a bottleneck on my power grid. Alright, so we got 5. We could definitely go for the bigger school. Transportation would be good. Let's go for the trams right away. So I still have 2 more points. What's the resource map look like? I can check that in a moment. I want that tower later. We'll set highway. If we look at the resource map, yeah, so we've got that set up on that farm. I've got some stone down here and over here. We've got oil up there. Yeah, so we don't actually have a lot of farmland to work around with nearby. But I could definitely set up the stone over there and the oil over here and all that. Which would be good because the wind is blowing that way. Versus the ore over here, if I do that, it's going to sweep right across the city. So we probably don't want to do that unless we really need it. Good, we have mixed zoning. Honestly... You know what? We are going to just replace this. It's going to piss off people, but... You know what? I find once you get past the early game, you end up needing very little of the medium density. So, like, just the commercial we have is more than enough to handle it. So we don't have the post office set up at all. There's the post office. And I could put the radio mast in. I'm honestly going to wait till the next time we tier up and just put the giant one in and not have to worry about it. The next big thing is to set up a tram depot. Because trams are useful. You plop it down right there. I'll go to upgrade the road. And so it's main road right to the middle of town. I got to upgrade. Alright. Bear with me real fast. Let's grab the medium road. Okay, so we made it so that's eligible for trams as well. And you're complaining. I do kind of wish with the American versus European, I didn't have to like click back and forth just to see what they have. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's just giving me more options for like sound barriers. Alright, so tram. We're gonna do that, and then what I'll end up doing here is just doing a little branch off. You already got set. And that's that way the tram can turn around on this side. And same deal. Put a tram stop on that side of the roadway over here. One at the high school. One at the elementary school. One by this walking path. One over here. But way down there. So now I should be able to go through and say, bam. Okay, let's go along the top rails, so we go across the top first. Then we switch to the bottom. And we got our loop. So that means we got our first public transportation, where we have the tram system going through the middle of town for right now. The big thing is I need to unlock the high density, because we're getting lots of requests for that because we're starting to educate our people and they want better jobs and all that. So I have more demand for that. We still also have a bunch of low-income jobs as well, but those are going to not stick around as long. Okay. The trams are still sorting themselves out because they just spawned into existence. Alright. Okay, I see. So that's too much of a hilly area, but that's fine. A little bit more industry since they're demanding it, because as we get them more educated, they'll lean a little bit less into the industry and a lot more into the office type work, which means they can avoid pollution quite a bit. So that'll be really lovely. What's also interesting is my other city ended up having like this main road that went into it that I put like trees all along. I haven't really given myself a place like that, because like it was almost like a park. That you had like the main highway going through the middle, there'd be a gap, and then you have like the side feeder roads, and then you have the pedestrian roads out there. We're not leaning on that highway in the same way as I did in that map. Like right now, that's just running through our city, and there's not... Ultimately, we're not going to want these businesses directly on our middle road in the middle of town. It'll be just a traffic nightmare in the long road. We'll get there when we get there. I feel like that neighborhood shouldn't grow anymore, and it already has. There's one in our neighborhood. I need to make it like its own connection. Because if I keep feeding on this one and adding more and more trunks off it, it's gonna bottleneck this exit right here. Why are you walking the way you're walking? Please don't just walk out in the middle of the road. That's not how this works. It might be I have to take this section here. Cool. And make that not pedestrian. Yeah, switch just that section to not be pedestrian. Because I think that's what the issue is that they see it as a pedestrian road, so they're like just walking out into the intersection and all that. I mean, that one will be the same problem. That appeared to be what was blocking traffic here, was just all the pedestrians just like walking right across the middle of it. Maybe make this the edge of town, moving farther up, medium dense area. Yeah, that's the thing. This is probably like this river right now will be kind of the outskirts. We'll move up this way, I think. There's gonna be a catch of like trying to shove industry in here while keeping the residents away. So I'll probably end up having here. Like, I could see having up in this little ledge here would probably have something. Same with here, there's a ledge here. Doesn't have, like, the lower areas. Maybe make the lower areas, like, the low density for right now. And these upper areas will be, like, medium or high density. At least in the short to midterm. What are you... Oh, right, because it wants me to have both European and American-style stops. Not enough customers. That's fine. The big thing is it wants me to get high density people in here. Ooh, you almost don't have enough power to support my needs. Okay. And our water is starting to push its limit. All right. Go ahead and just build a second one right here. There's a limit on how much each of these can support, but I remember it's not bad amount. Okay. Put in residential loop. Oh, let's see if there's water down there. That's the catch, is the water towers need to have water. Oh yeah, cool. So yeah, we can move this one. I believe that was in a position it'll work. Just double check. Cool. It's gonna complain forever that there's a pipe with no other connection to it, so let's get rid of that. Okay, so we're good on the water for right now. Medical, we're fine. Death care, we're fine. We can unpause. Garbage, we're still just landfilling. We're not processing in A yet. Okay, so high school and elementary school are fine. We don't have enough people for the higher grades to do anything with. The prison and all that, we're good. We do need the internet connection, the telecom connection by waiting for our next level up just to get the big one, because then I can plop it down and cover like half the map. We're just building a bunch of little ones I'm just going to delete in 2 seconds. So you still want industry. And so far, traffic is holding up. This will be a problem later. But more than likely, our industry will move over time. And then this will more than likely go to... You'll probably have like a place where it goes up this way and... all that nonsense. We'll just keep expanding on this bad decision. Alright, some more industry being built on that side of town. I'm surprised we're not dealing with any traffic error issues over there. Oh, I see. We've got, 1 second. No parking along that road, please. Now's our parking situation. Our parking is fully 100% utilized, so that's a sign for even more parking. We can put parking structure right there. And run over here. Max out their prices. Because then the cars going to park should go around that way. That might actually end up being a problem down the road. They're going to go the whole way around there. Because that's going to tie up that roundabout longer, but eh. Oh, and I see you. No parking, friends. Yep. How dare they park in some place? No parking for anyone ever. If you're not paying for it, it's unacceptable. You actually don't make that much of the parking. I actually don't even know if it calculates it correctly. But the idea being is, by removing the parking, you don't have all those cars just on the road. And I found, generally speaking, it seems to get much, much, much better traffic once you've turned on a lot of that. Like this will probably need to be a roundabout eventually as well. Are you doing what I think you're doing? No parking. What we'll do here, and this one probably won't get much use because weirdly they don't seem to park near where they work. I don't really know why. But it's fine. So you can park here and then walk in there. Oh yeah, I'm actually working that already. Alright, so things are going pretty well. Let me check with the industry, see where we got more industry stuff we can do. So we've got the ore down there. That's not going to be good. This ore might be very usable. Like, getting a vehicles in and out of there will be a little bit annoying. Weirdly, we've got a spot over there that's kind of usable. I could build farmland over here. It's a little tricky in this spot just because of the, that's the garbage yard. There's not really a good room to fit it, unfortunately. And I have to get near there. So we're gonna actually probably be importing food stuff for a while, unfortunately. Which could be very, very expensive. It'll make it so a lot of our industry won't handle it well. Okay. Progression is going well. Schooling's going fine. You've already got playground, and then the high school is over here. We're gonna have school library, which adds a chance of that. That improves the outdoor recreation. Oh, you are way bigger than I gave you credit for. Semantic School Library. Invalid shape. It literally... Alright, whatever. I say it literally attaches onto the existing campus. Okay, so let's go into our taxes now, because it's about that time. That we go in here and say, hey, I'm sorry, but like... I'm gonna need you to, I'm gonna need you to be better at higher income, please. We're gonna need to bring in more higher income businesses, which does mean I am going to have to encourage you to please leave the colony, or please leave the city. Yeah, so downside is I won't be able to do oil for a little while longer. But what we're basically trying to do is we're gonna start shifting more and more of our city to being, you know, higher education, higher income places, and getting away from, like, a lot of the lower stuff. Like, in real life, it is incredibly unethical to do what we're doing. You're basically saying, hey, you who don't have much money, we're going to tax you at the highest rate possible. Sadly, weirdly, it actually works well for the game to do it that way. Because, again, sure, it means I make less income from the wealthy residents, but then their businesses, I do make a bunch of money. We also need to probably go in here for land value to get these higher. So the answer is dog parks. That's what I'm putting in. Just lots of dog parks. Yeah, so you'll have a dog park over here. We're all doing gentrification. I didn't say it's gentrification, it's just straight up gouging. Like, gentrification is more just making things nicer and nicer and nicer until, like, the land value is too high for you to afford to live there anymore. This is straight up being like, hey, if you aren't high value, we're just gonna tax you more. We're just gonna be mean. Dog parks for everyone. Okay, there's a spot in the middle that still needs... Yeah, we'll overbuild in those. Like, we'll put other stuff. Dog parks aren't some, like, meta or whatever. I just haven't unlocked a lot of it, so we're just making do. Okay. So, I don't remember what I was going to spend it on. The subway's a good one. Oh, no, I was going to get the telecom tower. That's one. We'll probably want stuff like that later. Hospital's nice. Let's get the incinerators. To start getting ahead of trash before it's a problem. We unlocked cotton as a resource. And even more tiles. So there was stone back in this area, I believe. Let's double check that. Check with our resources. Yeah, so stone back here I probably want. So go back here and say, give me that. This is going to actually cost us quite a few tiles. So I'm going to go ahead and connect it, that way we can get everything set up over there. And we can just go over here for the R2. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and grab our industry, So you have a deficit of 32, 1.5. Alright. Just that for right now. Okay. So same as before, we're going to build a quick... Oh, did that crap or didn't actually build the building as I was putting the time into that. It is such a weird bug that just sometimes... Like, you see how it flickers in and out? You basically have to go until it actually flickers into place, and sometimes even like the slightest pixel movement will cause it to not spawn the building. Let's go straight road from here. Okay. Manuish parking... Let's see, Manuish parking is road robbery where I live. Parking is overrated. Oh yeah. You've been lurking, but you don't see... I don't see a butt ton of parking. Oh, we do have a bunch of parking. If we go like this, we're starting to build more and more underground garages that have like several hundred places each. It'll get worse, don't you worry about it. But we have been getting rid of like all roadside parking and just making them deal with it. Parking was one of our very first investments technology-wise, was to get the more aggressive parking solutions. That said, like I don't know if the game actually calculates the money you're supposed to get from parking yet. Because we are literally charging the maximum it allows and you just don't notice any difference. The way I see it, as long as people are continuing to buy it, it's probably not priced too high. One would assume if it was too expensive, people wouldn't pay for it. Yeah, so you got one chunk you can't quite get at because it didn't unlock enough of it, but that's okay. More importantly, we're going to be getting ore. And there's going to be some people who have an absolutely horrific thing. Feel like it won't look good up the mountains? No, it does not. I was kind of curious if it was going to be like a thing we'd see them chop up the mountain like... just in general. So I'll drag that down here. Yeah, and that's fine there. There you go. Trying to get down this way, not trying to add a bunch more points. Oh my god, please. Okay. That should be better. That'll do. Alright, so we've got that industry going on there. This is going to be a pain point pretty soon. My hope is that we'll probably take like a highway or something, like make the industry go that route. That said, I keep expanding the industry out here. To keep it away from the citizens. But, you know. We can grab regular industry, box it off, go like this. I guess technically we can just do this. It's a terrible idea because those cars are gonna have like all sort of traffic problems. Oh, get rid of those two to try avoid polluting that water source. It probably is going to get polluted anyways, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, it's fine. We'll see how that ends up looking in the long run. Our industry is coming along. We're still trying to increase the town size. We did get our incinerators for the trash now. This is where things are going to start getting not great for the air, but it's kind of our choices are we accept the air is going to be awful or we try and do something about it. Here, can I put a roundabout here? Nope. That's fine. We'll do without it for right now. Go for the 90-degree angle. Probably shouldn't swerve this road, but and we're also going to take this road and just butt it right up against there. The reason I'm doing this is that way when they go to get the trash out of there, they can just go straight over and deal with it. Make the chicken farm smaller? Oh, I mean, I could. I'm not super worried about it. We'll see if traffic backs up and we can adjust it if we do. Yeah, it should be fine. So what we can do now, though, is we can go up here and say incinerator. And immediately add more capacity to the incinerator. Why are you complaining about water? Oh, because we're just literally pushing the limits of our water supply. Right, you need a power connection. Yeah, so what should happen with this... You don't have quite road access the whole way across, do you? Okay, so what'll happen with this is just all the vehicles will be able to grab trash, bring it around here, take in the incinerator. The goal here is to get it so we're looking at the trash production, that our garbage processing is higher than the garbage production. As long as that's true, we should do pretty okay with the trash situation. There are bugs related to the trash. Oh, don't do that. There are bugs related to the trash that cause it to not work quite right. But I found if I put just too many incinerators, it seems to manage itself mostly. Alright. So I've got that going. We also have the really big tower. Alright, how are we doing on money? We're gonna have to sit here and start getting this going more. We're not quite where we need to be on all that. You see a lot of people are complaining about there's not enough customers, rent is getting too high. And we are gonna get to a better place, but I gotta ride it out in the middle term. We do have a desire for more medium, so let's go ahead and get this medium density going. Alright, so that'll give us more housing. Because the goal here is I need to get this flipped over. It shouldn't be too much longer before we start making more profit. Yeah, it's all trucks getting the business set up. Alright, let's fix a couple things with this. First of all, no red lights. Honestly, let's go here. And we have no left turns. They'll still do it till it updates, but I want them to go through to that end. This will probably end up becoming a one-way. Man, traffic looks rough today. It's just because I built a whole bunch of areas at the same time. It's playing catch-up. I see you trying to find parking. Not gonna happen. Yeah, so this way, this becomes an outward, and this becomes an inward. This road will need to be updated soon. Like, we're still using dirt roads back there, and I already mentioned that that's going to be pretty limited. Alright, so with that, we actually have a problem of needing more parking out here. Let's grab our parking. Really putting a parking garage, like, way out there. Let's see where we're gonna shove that. We can put it over here on this side, crank up the price there. And we can grab here. I get parking on the other side of the road too, so they stop backing up traffic there. Oh. Why are you being weird and not letting me delete those lights? Okay, I don't know why. It's being weird. It's not letting me delete the lights there. Because we got a crosswalk here, and I got a crosswalk there. So let's go ahead and get rid of this crosswalk. There's just one crosswalk here. And the lights are now gone, so that's good. So I'll help fix that up. That's all fine. You're all fine. You're fine. You're doing okay. Surprisingly, this isn't back up. There we go. So their cars are mostly going to this one. So the big thing is I had a parking garage on the wrong side of the road up here where everyone's cutting across to get to it. But it's getting better. I hear two in the other room clearly having the hiccups. Feel bad about that. Alright. The city is incredibly noisy. Yes, that is the sound of progress. Because that's how you make money, is just by more people. Right, water is on the fence of fine. So let's go ahead and get that sorted. Go ahead and tap into this one. And we're almost at the point that sewage is going to start being a problem, so... get our sewage set up. So continue dumping all the sewage into the river. Just the way it works. Our garbage processing is almost not enough. Oh, I can't afford it. Alright, so I'm actually putting myself in a bad situation financially. Because of being stubborn and not growing the city in the way it wants to. That shouldn't be that hard to fix, though. Alright. I'm not going to build on those two tiles so it doesn't mess up the hill there. Because they keep wanting the lower density. Because they want the low and the high density. I can't make the high density yet, so I'm trying to get them to work with me on that. We'll go ahead and add another roundabout there. Surprisingly, that's not having traffic problems there. So how many people are actually riding on our trolley? Yes, we're getting 2,000 something people a month. More than likely they'll continue to accelerate and get to be more significant as time goes on. We do have a lot of taxis coming in. One thing we might be able to do to improve this. How's our parking doing? We're at capacity again. Trying to find stuff that... So tons of parking right along the side here for them to all pull out into. All on the right-hand side, so it'll draw more of the cars out of this side. Because it's trying to not bulldoze that neighborhood. Oh, wait. Gotta make sure I'm charging the appropriate amount. Which is everything. Start building more medium housing over there. We got all that, all the low density housing is already filled in. This is just gonna get worse and worse for people getting around down here, and I know it, but... Just trying to keep the city growing. Okay, so that's way outside walkable down there. But that's fine. They keep wanting low density, they'll keep getting low density. That should change as we are able to build the higher density buildings and more offices and all that kind of stuff, because we built a couple offices here before, and we do have demand for offices now. Let's build another area over here. So this will be another one where we'll actually put normal roads in. Okay, so this will be the tricky one. Bust out from low density? Probably not. Like, low density is fine and all, but it's those things you don't end up keeping around very long. Like, you'll have areas that you have low density, but you'll tend to keep growing stuff and all that. So I found, like, not a whole lot of need to put too much effort into low density areas. Because as the city grows and you start advancing your economy and all that, it is one of the places that there's really kind of only so much you can do for the low density areas. Like, if you want to keep your city small, like, that's where low density would come in, but that's only if you want to, like, keep, like, a really small city that, you know, you continue to do stuff with. Alright. Oh wait, that's a normal road. I'm gonna go check on poor Tomb here in a minute. She is just hiccuping a storm over there, and I feel kind of bad for her. So I've got the businesses there. We can't put low density here. They'll get super unhappy about it. We will do the medium mixed stuff, so we'll go ahead and put that in there. They want more industry. Surprisingly, not much fun traffic over here. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing terrible traffic yet. With these really low density dirt roads, I fully expected this whole thing to basically be shut down levels of traffic by now. All right, industry. Okay. Yeah, they're complaining about lack of customers not. Let's go into our districts, see what districts need to be adjusted. So you need to be adjusted because you're going to be out here now. There we go. Is like, you're overlapping, like, but you're not letting me fix it. Oh, let's see if we can't fix it to start properly doing this where the borders move at the same time. Cool. All right. There we go. Hey, Burdenson. Always popping in with the scaries. Alright, and I'll have to fix those roads with the parking on it here in a minute. The point is now that district won't be a constant hassle because I have to adjust it like little by little. Alright. Gotta make sure we get our scaries worth. Understood. Alright, and we're getting all this over here. Okay, so the districts are all updated again. We still can't afford that. How is our money doing? Is slowly starting to recover the rate we're losing money. Yeah, so we're about half of the rate we were losing money before, but we're still losing money. But we are economically improving. It's just taking his dear sweet time. We are importing power, which costs us way too much, so let's fix that. Alright, so you got 2 more wind turbines. That could fix our power. Honestly, our power's still not in a great place. Like I said, I think it just a bit I could take like a quick like 2-3 minute break and go check on Tomb. Like, she's fine, all that's hiccups, but it's no fun when you're going through it. Like, very clearly, it's a very frustrating set of hiccups. Cool, we're now up to Busy Town. Alright, we're going to be probably hitting the bottleneck of what that power cable here can handle soon. Okay, so let's see here. We had some tiles that are a problem over here. Let's grab that one. Honestly, let's start grabbing some of these ones just the other side of the road, too. Got one more we could take. Let's grab that one. Cool. Now we can unlock something else. There's something I was saving up for that I don't remember what was. It wasn't power. We already got the big broadcast antenna. The subway would not be that bad of a move for us. We definitely get the subway. We're not quite to needing the university yet. The hospital is not that important yet. We can do the automated parking, which is a tourist attraction. We could get the intersections. Alright. Let's get the subway. We got 3 more points. Get the university, so that we have it when we need it. And park maintenance. Okay. So we've got more different stuff we can do there. Again, we're not ready for the university. Honestly, we're not even ready for the college still. We just don't have enough students. We have like 37 students in the entire city. Realistically, for the subway, we'll probably have like the subway have like stops here, here, someone down there, maybe way over there. Just do like a little loop. We'll get to that in a minute. We can do park maintenance. Plug that down right there. And let's have internet. So you might notice the elevation does play with stuff. So if I put my stuff down here, that mountain blocks the internet entirely. But if I put up here, we can actually reach extra far to that north. I think though, for our purposes, we put the tower up on that little ridge. Like up here somewhere. Can't remember if you need road access or not. You do need road access. Alright. So what would be the best way for me to get a road down there that doesn't look awful? Honestly, there really isn't one. The subway? There's something about that being a dirt road going down that bothers me more than it probably should. I'm not liking where this thing's going, honestly. I also have like wind down. It's probably wind down this side won't be as bad. Okay. Oh, not that one. We put some lightly zoned residential up some of this. Honestly, all the way up. Can't zigzag. Not especially well. Actually, that's gonna make this look really bad. So you stay like that. Actually, let's just pull it off all the... Because the stuff that's like really steep, it ends up looking really terrible because like cuts giant rectangles out of the mountain. That's just our telecom tower, providing internet to the masses. Alright, so with that, chat, what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to quickly take a 2-3 minute break, stand up, stretch my legs, check on my wife, do all that sort of stuff, and I will be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having any emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream?
And mine to toss alone.
Side quest beach offensive. I need something to trigger that. That's not what I really had. Okay, I mean it worked. Because that shotgun trap on the door there. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the clip where chat was being entirely too generous. All right. So, let's check the status of what's going on in our city. Our roads are doing good, but our parking is full. Oh no. We can't have that. There's room for more parking here. I really wish I could see where it's needed though. Let's put it over here. Oh wait, that's not gonna work. So I can't have it there, and the reason why that's a problem is this isn't a road that the vehicles will normally drive on. So it has to be up here or down there. Let's actually double check, see those are being handled correctly. Yeah, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Got a bunch over there. Okay, so I can't put it here. This is a bad spot. I can technically put it here. And that should be fine. There's a road going up and down is there. And on top of that, the thing that should make that also okay is that we're going to get rid of all the parking over here. You must use the garages and you must walk. Extra big sidewalks for everybody. Alright. How are you not having problems getting around? Like, you have parking issues? Yeah. I always want more parking. It really is amazing how much parking this is. It is kind of a bummer that I just don't like the other city I had this like not the one I did on stream, the one I did off stream, I had this like really cool entryway into town. You're having traffic issues. Why are you just sitting there? There you go. Oh yeah, no, I just keep adding more and more parking. Like the other city I made was just absolutely absurd amounts of parking. You probably can do, and this is probably a mistake. The reason why this is probably a mistake is it's going to effectively make another route for people to get back here. But this could be an area to put like offices. I have to be careful. I don't want to put residential there. Let's see. It looked more like a Walmart than a giant city. I mean, that's the thing. Most of my parking is underground versus this style of lot, because the underground ones for area, area consumed versus parking provided work really well. All right, so I got the commercial building up. We have more demand for industry. I'm so amazed that we're not having horrific traffic jams over here. Like, there's some traffic, yeah, but not as bad as I was expecting. This should escalate, though, if we're not careful. Oh, here, let's do this. Yeah, so some of them could, like, just slip past. And we need to do this again. We don't really need to do this. I am doing this. Cool. Alright, because that parking garage isn't full, so, I mean, come on. Alright, so it's kind of cool that we have, like, our low residential old town kind of thing down here. We've got, like, a commercial district, which is struggling. I'm not allowed to build that yet, because that's just the way the game is. Our tram depot's doing fine. Financially, things are improving. We still are only a little bit better off than we were before, but it's coming along little by little. I'm gonna make another, like, little low density area over here. It's like a tiny little neighborhood off of here. Alright. And that's going to be its own district. This little tucked away neighborhood off the main drag. Like, the big thing that's going to happen is as the city grows, these dirt roads will become horribly inadequate. Those will be the points that we start effectively moving around neighborhoods, that kind of stuff. We're starting to hit pain points of this. How is the incinerator doing on keeping up with all this now? It's probably not even remotely adequate. No, it's really not. It unfortunately does mean I need to expand. Oh, we don't have enough money. Expand that. We have demand for more offices, which is what I was expecting to happen. That's my plan with this area. Just take that, make it offices where they won't care as much about the air pollution and all that, I don't believe, as residential do. So put, like, the offices commercial kind of as, like, a border between the residential and all that. The other thing that's going to happen is especially our medium density, that's going to eventually just start really dropping off how much people want that as people's incomes get much higher. When that happens, that'll be just a pain point to deal with. I'll deal with that in a moment. So that side will be fine. What I'm going to do with this one is from about here to there we won't build it. That's still going to be weird, but like at least they're not chopping down half the mountain. What? Alright, so you got a chemical plant? You're saying you hate early access? Am I missing, you know, something about that I should be worried about? Because this is not early access, if that's where you're going with it. Oh yeah, we have that over there. Where do I want to shove this? Can I fit it over here? If I put it there, we'll have lots of other problems later. Oh, industry. Let's put that there for now. All right. Oh, at this point we could also go and take this and wrap it around more. Okay. And do the paintbrush again. Just keep expanding all this. It does give a little bit of a sheer cliff, but I think that'll be alright. Because we got these fjords and we're dealing with all that. But I hope everyone's been having themselves a good evening and whatnot. I do think we will do the normal thing we've done in the stream. It's we had been doing our polls at 11 o'clock, but because we're starting 2 hours later than we had been previously, we're probably going to make a thing that 11 o'clock, I'll probably do a poll to have just a bunch of different games you could choose from, and see if people want to either continue seeing this or see something else, all that kind of nonsense. It's a thing we've been doing on the channel for a while. I actually really like it because it does kind of lets chat kind of, you know, in the middle of the stream, they're just not feeling a game. They kind of change the course of the game and like the direction it's going. Oh, are you saying you hate electronics art in North America, sir? I mean, it's still a really kind of weird thing to just randomly pop in and drop that in there. Especially like this isn't early access, though we could argue it. This isn't electronic arts. So I just don't get the comment. Actually, check one thing real fast. Okay. Checking one thing real fast, making sure we weren't having some on the side I had to worry about. 8 more roundabouts? Yeah, I like to put the roundabouts. You don't want roundabouts in every single intersection because that can become its own problem. But like these roundabouts are probably wholly unnecessary, but eh. It is what it is. Hey, look, chat. We are officially making money. Alright, let's check our district lines again. That's it, you have a fever and the only cure is more roundabouts. I have a fever. And the only cure is more roundabouts. That's a very bad impersonation, but we're gonna pretend it was... We're gonna pretend it was amazing and that you're all awe-inspired by how incredibly awesome that incredibly tragically bad impersonation was. What is... Oh, here. You need to be... We're starting to get some traffic. Oh, it's the people pulling in and out of parking. Ah, and weirdly, it's all of these cars going down to this parking lot. I see. So basically, the conflict here is these cars are coming down this way to try and pull into these parking lots, which is creating a conflict for that way and that way, and then these ones are just getting caught in the middle of it. So I should be able to just plop down a parking lot, probably right here, that way it's before the intersection. And it should alleviate some of that. Alright. I actually have some desire for more medium residential. We haven't seen that much lately. Yeah, so I actually tell you what the desirability is for different density. So if I put like low density in this red area, it just won't develop, versus out in this green, it should be okay. The medium density it's fine with, and same with here. So I'm gonna go through and I'm actually gonna paint over that. Make this medium density with commercial. Part of the reason I'm putting in the middle here is I'm trying to have that commercial serve the neighbors and all that, so we don't have to have people move around too much on our roads. Yeah, so now a lot of the pedestrian traffic up here is starting to be a problem. I might even... You shouldn't be allowed to go back here. This is pedestrian only. Why are we having this endless line of cars? They can get there without taking the pedestrian. You're literally not allowed to drive there. Like, that's the reason why you're getting caught up by pedestrians, is you're not supposed to drive there. Only service vehicles and, like, the taxi can be back there. That's fine. A random muscle car is a big no. I don't really get what's happening there. Oh, you know, I bet it was? I bet you because this is blocked off by the car accident, so they physically couldn't get through it. That because there was technically no path to this road, they went and they cut through the area. Or not, or they're just doing that anyways. So you're coming from over here and you're pulling into this neighborhood. And now it's finally starting to back up here. So it's all the cars wanting to go this way. Is it just because it's a new parking garage? No. Oh! Did I make it so you're not allowed to turn this way? No, you can turn this way. I'm so confused. It's probably because it's the only available parking in the city that once it fills up, a lot of this should calm down. That tells me I need way more parking. Is willing to go to such lengths for just simple parking. We definitely don't have enough. There's some parking over there. Some parking over here. Yeah, it feels like no matter how much parking you make, it almost feels like you always need more. I could put parking around here somewhere in the middle, and that might alleviate things too. It's gonna end up pushing into that neighborhood, which is the reason I didn't do it before. Because long enough it crosses the better part of a block. But it is what it is. Parking is becoming more of a problem, so the city must grow. Okay. How's the schools going? Are we ready for a college yet? Not really. Well, I can't afford it anyways. Oh, we've hit the point where we're starting to lose money again because I've expanded our services. It's fine. This'll build up soon. It'll be okay. Actually, is it power falling behind? No, power's fine. Water. Water's okay. Medical's not doing great. The other thing we could do is start getting a couple more parks in here. Yeah, because this area is not getting the support it needs park-wise. Do we want to keep those land values up? That's where the taxes come from. Man, these don't carry very far at all. Okay. It says people are getting sick. How are we doing with that? Yeah, that's not great. We got sick or injured people. We got a whole lot. They're making money again, so that's good. That'll hurt our finances again, bring us back down. A big part of it's just the traffic. It's kind of the big problem in City Skylines with traffic is, once you start getting traffic, it compounds all your problems. That, like, the garbage trucks have problems getting where they're needing. So this is another issue, is we have all these cars trying to go up this way, so they're going the long way around the roundabout, thus blocking all transportation through it. And then they're also driving slow because they're all trying to find parking. Oh, City Skylines. You've always been this way. Alright, so ways we could potentially resolve this. So I could say no left. But the problem is then I gotta drive all the way down here, come through this area. Well, actually, not even that one. All the way down here and like cut across there, and that's just gonna compound the issue on the other side of the city. What we're gonna need to do is make an alternate route through, which we're almost set up for that, I think. Do we actually have the access? We could just literally just make a roundabout here and just cut across this way. Like that'll be the thing that finally puts this backfeeding road over here way overboard. Trying to get another highway connection in here somewhere. But that's gonna have to happen. Or make like a proper highway connection over here. I mean, they're still trying to get back here. The big thing I need to resolve is getting people to the industrial... Well, I mean, honestly, the industrial road isn't getting hit very hard. It's almost exclusively up here. I know I'm going to regret doing this. One-way road. You're an outbound road now. You're an inbound road. And the rest we'll leave alone. Because what that should do is all these cars are going up here and getting stuck. They should go straight through, and they could go straight through as well. So it should just be a matter of merging to get out of here. These parking lots probably have to go, though, to accommodate this. Because you keep pulling into the parking lots and then blocking up the traffic again. We'll see. We'll give it a... That's one of the things with the traffic is you make a change. You kind of have to give it a moment to, like, settle in and see if it resolves itself. Like, what's your major change? Because it takes a little while for the traffic to sort itself out. Okay. We're kind of waiting on our money a little bit here as well. Our city's right about to hit the point we can start putting dense population in here, which will certainly not cause problems to get much worse. They'll absolutely improve our situation. No question about it. I'm saying that with a lot of sarcasm if you're not picking it up. Alright. Yeah, so demand for low density residential is starting to drop. What's also happening is it's tax season. So you're gonna go up a lot. You're gonna go up a little. And those are fine. Because we're gonna start putting pressure on to move the city towards more and more for the high density, high value stuff. Now let's figure out how we want to expand. I don't really want to move into the grid system, but we might end up moving into some grid system back here. I also don't get why you're slowing down here, considering you're going 2 lanes to 2 lanes. That's not helpful. So one thing I did to improve the situation is get rid of the lights there. That'll help. Alright, so we're going to have to definitely change the entire logic behind our roads, because the problem is I'm not using the idea about like feeder roads and all that kind of nonsense. We're just kind of slapping one main road and just branching off of it. Which is not what I actually had for my other city. So it might be fun to start kind of working on expanding the city out this way, but be more conscientious of our design choices. We're just going to let that tick over, buy some more land. Yeah, we'll let that tick over. We'll buy some more land out here, do our upgrades, all that kind of stuff. And work on like actually making our downtown area, trying to expand out that kind of thing. Start resolving a bunch of problems they've got in here. It'll take some refiguring out of a lot of this. Yeah, you're at just one more, honestly, like, significant building for us. Power's fine. Water is not in the place it should be, so water will be the one, just like the, this water. We've got a water tower here. Let's put one over here on the other side as well. Medical is... Never mind. Okay. Let's start by buying the land. I'm buying up all the land that's across the highway over here. Buy some stuff by the coast. Okay. And parking. Let's actually double check with the other transportation stuff. So I've got the subway. We'll probably stick with that for right now. We can make better parks, which would not be a bad move. We have police and fire and recycling centers and all that. The hospital could be better. But automated parking it is. Let's get a big fancy parking place. We have access to all of the materials. We can start getting that going. We're going to start off by bought all the land back here. So what I'm going to do, first of all, let's go to our power grid. And get rid of all our above ground cables here. And switch them from underground cables. So that's one thing I don't have to worry about. Okay. We'll let the game continue to run in the meantime. But I'm going to go way back here. And how do I want to structure this? So, I haven't unlocked the interchanges, so I have to make my own, which is fine. I actually don't mind doing that. We'll start with our highways. Oh, that is not what I'm looking for. That would have been a mistake. Alright, so what I'm thinking about doing is having... Here, we'll do this. Actually, there's a better way we can do this. Let's start by doing this. Alright, it's not wide enough yet. A little narrower. Might be able to do this. Actually, let's change the way we're doing this. You know what we're going to do? We're going to take this road right now, the way that's here. It's going away. To about there. Instead, we're going to go here. For the moment, taking it like that. We're gonna now lock on with that. Alright. We'll just deal with it this way. Basically what I'm trying to do here is get the highway so I can more easily like split stuff off. Okay, so now I've got a split highway with a median in the middle, which doesn't really matter. But from here, that means when I have to expand more lanes, I can just plunk it down, get more lanes. Which isn't perfect. It's not going to be. No, I don't want that. I want this. That's probably that's too big of a fly-off lane. Nah, you know what? We'll leave it. by making a fly-off lane here. I don't know what the technical term for it is, but the intention of that is by having the fly-off lane there, I can have cars that are just going to be exiting in this part of town, hop off that lane. So yeah, so basically the idea is pretty straightforward. If you need to get to that part of town, you just go right on down the middle. If you just want to get to this part of town, you just take the exit lane here. But it still is a highway. It is effectively like an express or a bypass lane or whatever you want to call it. Alright, so with that, we've got some options of how we can build this out. So I think the idea is this is pretty much... It's not flat, it's ever so slightly bowled in towards this. But relatively speaking, it's flat. I don't know how I want to actually repath the highway, because I could see moving the highway to eventually merge in down there. And this one, like, go over here and be the connection for the industrial. But I figured we'd have, like, one exit here, and maybe one over here. So I can take you... That's gonna be too close. Take you... for an overpass. Gonna need to be longer than that for the overpass. This is going to intentionally be like a heavy traffic area of the city. So you got that going on there. And I got that going on there. Do the same on the other side. People want to take this exit. All right. That shouldn't be necessarily or particularly helpful, but I don't know. Why not? We might end up getting rid of those. I feel like we're almost certainly going to get rid of those. But that gives us at least some manner of exit entrance system. This is going to remain a highway as it is right now. Could be cool. Yeah. So honestly, I'm going to keep it going just perfectly straight for the moment. And elevated. It will need to curve. Right now, it's going to keep as a major overpass. Okay, so it'll come in. We'll separate them out. If you want to exit here, you get there. Down the road here somewhere, we'll make a second one. This area of the town might eventually see like mass change, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Now, it does mean I still have to have regular old exits coming off of this thing to get down to the ground level. So we'll don't want to put those too close, because if you put those too close, it could bleed over here into the other highway. So what I think we'll do is like around here is we'll have the first exit. That's still pretty close, but this will be just a regular road with a divider. Oh, you're supposed to be raised. Oh, the middle part's not raised just because that's fine. You know what? Well, all right, hang on. I actually want this part of the road off the ground, enough that I can get our road underneath it. Let's grab our highway again. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so now let's try this again. Road of the divider. Okay, let's go maybe here? Alright. This isn't going to have nearly as fancy of an exit, because it's just going to be basically plopping off onto here. So we'll want to have them get on, go back a little ways. Why are you fighting me? Trying to see how I want to design this, and I'm not loving that. Like that'll pass. But it'd be nice if I could do something like I have an idea on how I could do this. It's I need to have it slope down partway through here. Okay. I think people can probably figure out what's happening right now. So elevation, don't go down that fast. Alright, so you get the idea is you can go this way and it drops you down there. Or that same one, we can have it drop you off that way. So that way this road can go either direction. Not feeling it. Because I'm trying not to do the thing where it's just drop in that way, drop in that way. Because, like, you know, this one goes in there. I'm trying to have it where this lane can get going either direction. And I know they have the pre-created intersections. Let's remove snapping. Turn it back on. Grab that, make it longer so it stops fighting me on everything. Alright. So yeah, so building your own exchange can be kind of tricky. You'll only turn right. You'll only turn right. Okay. I'm gonna go with it. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but it's fine. We're making it by hand, and the tools aren't exactly amazing for doing that kind of stuff. So pretty much we're gonna do the exact same thing, except we're gonna go over to this end. Make sure our height's correct. turn off snapping so I can run it right along here. Just like before, I'm going to go just about halfway past. Turn snapping back on. Right. Down one. Over there. Down one. Over there. Okay, it's still not an attractive thing. But we've got kind of like a little bit of an overpass thing here going. The angles are a little funky and all that, but we can deal with that. And that gives us the ability to get down to these roads. We can turn back on time. Now I'm not messing with all this. We can start building that out farther. Okay. So that's going to be our main road for this part of downtown. And with that, you don't want to have just the one road. We're going to want to have some roads that are like kind of alongside, like, not bypass, that's not the word. We're going to want to have roads that are kind of like along the sides of this. So if we look at here, you're going to want to go a little bit farther so we're not going to have traffic jams backing up here. We'll go on a 90-degree angle. Go 70 yards out at 90 degrees from that lane. 10 yards out from 90 degrees to that lane. How far are you away from the thing here? About 174. No, it's not calculating the way I expect it to. Basically just over one circle pass around here-ish. Right lane. That'll work. That'll work. Alright. Okay, that's not low enough to get underneath there. I didn't really want to have him go underneath, but, you know, I didn't leave myself room to work. Oh, your angles are all wrong. I do wish there's a little bit better of like really snapping in at the 90. Okay, so I've got that there. Same exact idea. Even though this doesn't need to go as low as fast. It's fine for it to do that. Oh my god, please. It's so easy to just not follow the correct angles. Make sure this is right. Alright, so page down. We're at 90 degrees. Get over here. We're at 180 degrees. Still at 180 degrees. Something's not lined up. We're just going to have to live with it. Oh, they're probably different lengths. Yeah, I think I had the length wrong in that one. There we go. Cool. So we have basically these two lanes are going to be along the side. We'll expand those a little bit farther. But the idea is they won't have very many entrances on and off of them. I think those actually go under that highway, I think. In the long run. So you take you... So it might actually happen in the long run for this area, is we might actually have these be like one goes this way, one goes that way. We'll see. We'll make maybe even the reverse of the directions those are. Alright. Okay. These will probably end up needing to move where I'm putting these on the ends here. And the reason for that is I didn't measure them out. Okay. So I've got all that set up, and I'm not going to be building any buildings in this middle area. That middle area, that we don't want cars stopping on these roads. So what's going to end up happening from here is we'll start getting out to roads that are going to feed into my town. So we'll go here for right now. You should be level with the ground. So now as I start caring about a lot of the measurements, I'm gonna let that out over there. We'll worry about this side later. You're gonna be pedestrian only. Do you want to make that pedestrian only? I'm debating here, because if I make it pedestrian only, it's going past a highway for residential and all that. I don't. This is this is gonna be one area down here. I think we'll have a self-enclosed area over here that this all connect to. This is gonna be high density, which is the reason I'm overbuilding the infrastructure a lot. More than likely, I'll end up having this connect over here, and we'll have connections to this highway as well. This is all gonna need to be resolved. This is just a nightmare now. That's someone else's nightmare to deal with later. All right. Now I could add roundabouts on here. We don't want the roundabouts in the middle area, and I don't think. That should be fine. Okay. Alright, so what the next decision is going to be is this is going to have a bit more of a grid pattern than a lot of the rest of the city we've been building up here, where it's been all wavy. At least parts of this will. We'll have some that'll be kind of a grid and some that won't. Yeah, let's plan this to be residential down here, I think. Alright. Okay, so we should make these blocks make sense. So we have 122 yards. So if 122 yards is a block, so 244 should be... 245 is fine. You're going to be one that does accept cars going back and forth. Same thing here. 122. 245. Switch to that. 245. $245. Okay. Can we go 245 in this one? Yes, we can. Okay, so we've got an area down here. I might be able to fit one more block down this way. It's 122, 90 degrees, 180. Yeah, that one will fit. Alright, and we'll probably end up doing is something where we end up cutting across here to make more room, but we'll worry about that when we get there. We got some starting base here. Now, the next problem is we got to cook this all up to power. So we've got the whole grid here, but you notice it's not connected. I'm going to go ahead and put another transformer in this area, because more than likely this whole area is going to grow a lot. And so it'll definitely need its own power setup. Even though this is going to have residential and all that, we're going to have the transformer right at the entrance. Because that's just what I'm doing. There's no strategic reason, it just has to be somewhere, and that's good enough as any. I will need to get plumbing down here. Alright, we can go there. And for right now, just run right along the highway. And cut it right across here. Alright, and so with that, we can start building up this area. So we do want to make this mixed zoning so far as, like, not just one thing. So the plan here is going to be that we can make the different ones. So we're going to do... Let's see. We'll put the residential towards the middle. That way it's farthest away from the highways we can get it. We will want some commercial, so we're also going to put some medium density with commercial in here. Then we're going to end up needing more jobs than that, which will be office jobs. Do it like that so we don't build anything along this inlet. And they're going to need support of, like, schools and all that. We can go ahead and just put the school in here now. We already know we're going to need an elementary school. Trying to decide just where I'm putting it. Honestly, right here is probably pretty good. We'll put the elementary school here, right off the highway. You know, that way the kids, they've got a playground directly below the highway on-ramp. It's fine. That definitely won't be a distraction for their education purposes. We can also go in here to... Is there an easy way to deal with this for... I do want trees in the middle here, just not scattered randomly like this. We're going to make it look nice. While that builds up, let's decide on some trees. And we can go in here and make this look a little bit nicer. But this area of the town is going to need, like, all of its own services. Like, eventually we'll have the main highway will be served with police, fire, all that nonsense. At the moment, we're just trying to make it work. The issue is, I didn't design the other part of the town well because it's just kind of... I like making the roads curve with this stuff, and you can do that with a lot of your rural areas, but once you start getting to the more dense stuff, you end up having to, like, deal with feeder roads and all that kind of nonsense. And I've done that in, say, Skylines 1, I have it a lot more figured out about what I have to do to, like, do the balancing act between making stuff look nice, making stuff look like real cities, and, you know, making stuff that the game will actually permit without huge problems. And part of that is honestly, say, Skylines 1 just modding. Doing the traffic managing mod where you can sit there and be like, okay, you're not allowed to do this, then that. you know, otherwise. Now, granted, the game does a good, like, this game does a really good job of giving you way more control than, say, Skylines 1's did without modding. But they kind of found a nice little halfway, which I actually think is really good for most people who want to play the game. But, like, then when you start getting down to, like, the nitty-gritty, be like, no, I want the right lane to go to this lane, the left lane to go to that lane. You know, to, like, force people to not do, like, really dumb things on the road. They don't give that granular control. And these trees do get bigger. Just putting in, like, little runty chestnut trees. Those are those ways you can kind of kill a little bit of time while your city grows and traffic sorts itself out. You can make major highway changes and then, you know, spend 5-10 minutes doing some quick, like, decoration work, whatever. Because when you can do that, then it'll turn around and have problems. Excuse me, cars? What are you doing over there? That isn't how that works. If you could please stop and never do that again. Oh, they're going for the parking along the side of the road. I'll have to deal with that. That's the reason I get rid of the parking on the side of the road, is if you watch, they, like, just turn around all their cars. And while they're doing that, they block traffic, so them parking just kills stuff. Now, regular parking garages also, they take the time to park, but that is what it is. Because I'm not going to need walkways between this main highway, like where I'm putting these trees, we won't need walkways between these. There should be no reason for people to cross here. If we have someone who wants to cross from, like, when we make this block and, like, a block over here, we're going to subway that or some other form of transportation. So yeah, so now I've got this. It doesn't look like much yet, but after it grows for, like, a season or two, the trees will be tall enough to make that. I just want to deal with this parking thing before it gets to be too out of hand. Honestly, you don't even need walkways here. Have the trees instead. Oh, it has both. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bridge over there where there's a ridge I didn't notice, but that's okay. Alright, because that kind of thing will also help cut down on pedestrian traffic cutting through these main drags. For here, you know, honestly, I'm betting it still considers it having wide, so I don't need to deal with it any of the rest of this block, because this is the only main road that allows cars to go through. So then the idea is going to be, we're going to need at least one parking garage over here in this area. Let's pop over here, parking. One on this road, please. Actually, put right there. No, because I could actually probably fit a school here. Like a high school or whatever. But right there for right now. Because some of this is probably going to get shifted around where there's probably way more offices than I need for this area. Alright. So it's starting to come together. They'll keep expanding. I still want to take advantage of the way these ridges go, so where we have the blocks here, what I'm probably going to do is, when we take the road off here, it's probably going to go down straight and kind of turn at an angle, and then we'll have the grid turn with it. So you have like this weird wedge shape right there. What kind of follow there? Just wait till the zombies start attacking? Wrong game. As always, wrong game. Alright. Let's start checking out our stuff. Power is not doing amazing. How's it going, Spartacus? Alright, so we got more of those. We'll also be able to take advantage of some of these other hills to toss stuff up there. We got medical vehicles and all that. That'll be a problem for a while. Traffic going into our old town is still horrifically awful. What is... For one thing we could do to help this, grab your roads, do this. Stop them from trying to park there. So I made these one way. I'm immediately regretting it. Like I said, I probably would. So clean that up, because it's just gridlocking right now. Alright, and that is going to give us a lot of problems with getting our services around. So one thing we are going to do now is we need to get our districts set up. And this one, the districts will be a lot easier to figure out where they are. Because you're going to be basically following the highway and all that. Because this will also help for when we're going, okay, well, where do I send these people for getting trash and those people? I can say, okay, well, this group goes to Sterling Springs and, you know, a couple other places because that's what it'll cover. Versus just, like, letting them go out there. So that'll help keep some of the traffic down by not having all of the people scattering in the same directions. Alright. How are we doing on water? We're doing okay at the moment. This is all unhappy because we don't have medical available down here. That's not a shocker to literally anyone. So that's medical down there. Same with fire. Not a shocker that none of it's available down here anywhere. And then police. Alright, so that gives us all this. We will want to ultimately make this only operate on like the handful of neighborhoods on this road, and then we'd have other districts around here. Yeah, so right now it's complaining about traffic because... Oh man, you're already full? Okay. You're waiting for a hearse. I don't think it makes sense for me to go out of my way to have here as well. We have a place for picking up the dead, not till we get some more subdivisions down here. Maybe it does. Bigger things, let's go to education. Alright, so we're doing fine for a lot of the school levels. We are starting to get to the point that a college might make sense. If I could fit a college here, that would be good. I don't know if we will be able to, though. Like, what'll more than likely happen is we'll get to the, honestly, that's what we could put on the other side, is we could put just, like, chuck a college and all that over here. College, university, have the subway go straight to it. Yeah, like, right under the freeway or right along the freeway or whatever. Because this is not going to have a lot of stuff here. Okay. All right. The city is incredibly noisy. Uh-huh. It's a big bustling city with way too many highways. It sounds exactly what you would expect it to sound like. Oh, I should probably put the subway in now. Let's do that. Oh, that's not why I didn't want to slow down time. Alright, so subway time. So for the subway, I'm gonna need a place for the actual subway vehicles to be. We're just gonna kind of shove out of the way because it doesn't really matter. I mean, technically, I could shove it way over here and just go with it, but I don't want to do that. I want to put it farther out of the way. I honestly think I'm gonna just cram it right here. Alright, so we will need subway stations. So underground subway station, we'll put one right smack dab in the middle of this area. Let's actually plan for our subway to follow this main road out here, or one of them. So you have that one. Put another subway station. So I don't want to put it where they're going to cross the road right here, because that'll be a problem. I put it right there and they all try and go across. So I'm going to put it over here. I think I'm going to put it on this side of the road. So I've got that. Let's put another subway station up here. You can put one over here at this corner there. I'll put one way the heck up here. Maybe. Oh, I see. One way over there. And maybe we toss one more. Along here somewhere. It's fine. Cause yeah, so we could go from down to this area off into the middle. Like right now it's sort of following the tram track, which is the big negative, kind of making duplicate work for the tram. Put that one there. Okay, squeeze you back there. No, I can't. It's fine. Alright, so we need our two-way subway. We'll go like this. Grab you. Alright, so we need that. There. And there. Sit in there. Oh, where are you overlapping? Okay. I work around that if you want to be unhappy about it. Okay.
If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too.
Okay. I was not expecting those to not line up at all. Okay, so we're just trying to get all this set up real fast.
That would mean that we have, with this brain, a tiny thing, a septillion times smaller than the tiny planet it lives on. Discovered something true.
It's so hard for me to get this to line up the way I want it to. I can't really tell what it's doing. Okay. That'll do as far as I'm concerned. Get rid of that. That does give it a bend. I'll make it less efficient. And I put one over here. And so we can go here real fast and go to transportation, do this. And then off of you... Can I make it go out the other way? Alright. Connected that subway. Oh, I wanted you to connect. There we go. Alright, so I think we've got our track, so we go boom.
That's great. But if not, that's great too.
The bottom lane. You pop over here. Bottom lane. Bottom lane. Pathfinding failed. Hey, Resorty! Thank you so much for the raid. Don't mind me, I was just trying to figure out why this wasn't working. I think I may have found the problem a little bit. But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, so I'm going to go quickly get you a shout-out for that stream. So, shout-out. Resorty. I'm guessing you're playing some City Skylines too? Excellent, excellent. How was your City Skylines? Did your city go well? What would you say, like, the thing that's been going on with your city, but welcome in, Raiders. For those who did get brought in with a raid.
Thank you, Noaplo, for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you, Noaplo, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do appreciate that continued support. You've been supporting the channel for 14 months, so thank you, thank you for the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you for that. And I hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, for those who popped in with that raid, what would you say was the best part of the stream today? But yeah, so I also understand if you gotta go and, you know, dash, do your self-care and all that kind of stuff, but you're absolutely welcome to hang out all you'd like. Let's see, building a map of separate villages, fun but not super economical. We're doing very well financially, and it's gonna get better as we're going. As long as you don't have ethics, it's a pretty good setup. Our taxes are deeply upsetting. Why would you just connect, please? We're trying to set up our metro system, and it's being a bit of a jerk about it. There we go. Now we can go ahead and try and fix this. Alright, so where was the path we were working on? The crossword puzzles? Yeah, so... Oh, the crossword puzzles? They had crossword puzzles? Excellent. I admittedly have not seen many people stream crossword puzzles. But yeah, so, our taxes are, they encourage people of higher economic standings to be in town. And greatly discourage those who are not doing as financially well to stay around. Real life me would absolutely not be okay with it. But this is a video. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Alright, let's fix this. Alright. But it is one of those things that just like games like, but hey, money. Where's your connection point? It's over there. And I will never be able to get that to cooperate with me. So we'll just go like this and delete those deep underground tunnels and try and get this sorted out. Okay, you are not connected. That's not deep enough. What is currently going on with you? Alright, do you need to be higher one? No? Alright, so that's connected. It doesn't look good, but it's connected. But, it's just...
Yay. Thanks to Darth Strider for the gift sub. I don't have any money in my Twitch wallet, but have some bits instead.
Go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Pseudo Swede, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Triggering a hype train. I got caught off my guard with that. 7K to dig a subway tunnel seems like a real bargain. I know, right? That's probably the biggest difference I've noticed between City Skylines 2 and 1. Like, City Skylines 1, just your road and your subway, like all those kind of things, like laying the track, can be immensely expensive. But, like, we have $2 million, and laying a spot of road, like, per mile is about $1,000. So $1,000 sounds like a lot, and then you realize I can lay 2,000 miles of track and just go for it. And you're just like, all right, let me just map out half a city worth of road. It doesn't cost anything. So they've been very generous with the cost of building everything in that regards. But yeah, let me go ahead. I totally forgot to announce it though. By all means, if you're looking for more City Skylines 2 content, Ritz already has that going on over there. So definitely we're dropping a follow over there if that's your thing. Rual Vanderbilt is coming. Okay. But I'm Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid of all games. I don't mean that in a negative way. But I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. And settings that are harder than Apocalypse. Not a single setting easier. Well, I mean, I guess no respawn is technically easier. But at 16 times pop, you know, whatever. But yeah, so I used to hold the world record there. That record has been beaten, for the record. I do have a character who's alive right now, though. And is at, I think it's like 167,000 or something like that. Which is more than I had on the character who had the record. But it's just, the person who took my record, you know, took it by more than that amount. I would rather you be over there. Come on. That's not really what I was aiming for. Okay, we can try and fix... Because it used to be... There you go. You could... You know what? I can live with that. So that's one route. So let's go ahead and just exit out of that before I mess that up. And then this is the other route, which is basically the same route we just did, but the opposite direction. Which should be a bit of a pain. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so I have been taking a pretty long Project Zomboid break because I used to play it. Like I never had what I refer to a main game on the channel. I always have gone variety, but there are definitely times where I will be into a game and playing it a bit more than everything else. But kind of everyone's in the waiting for build 42 mode. I'm no different. After 3,500 hours or whatever it is. Okay, so we got our 2 tracks. Why are you upset? No vehicles. But the vehicles... Did I not connect you? That would be the problem. So it goes like right past her. I just forgot to actually hook it up. Right here. Oh, of course. I can't imagine people often want to put those, like, way below. So it is weird to me that they run into that kind of thing. Please just let me connect it. Is that actually connected or pretend connected? Okay. Now we should have vehicles on there. Alright. But yeah, so I haven't been playing as much of that lately, just, you know, they haven't had an update that's like been a significant update in almost not quite 2 years. Alright, but I'll give you a tour of the town. So town started out here. We had a nice little rural area. It's still dirt roads and all that. The roads are cheap enough, there was no reason at all to build dirt roads, but we did so anyways. And that's followed by, like, just up on this ridge, we got a nice little commercial area. As the town started to grow, we started going up here. We've got our big industrial area over here and some materials out that way. We got our nice giant mountain of windmills, doing windmill things. We're actually getting to the point. Pretty soon we're going to hit the bottleneck where those aren't going to be able to support us anymore. I shouldn't say support us anymore. That we're going to need to have another connection point because we're going to hit what the limit is on how much power could go through a single cable. But it's kind of an okay thing. All we do is just run our route. You'll have ample dirt roads, unique? Yeah. So it's not something I've been doing on this one. Where I'm at in the world, we use lots and lots and lots of retention ponds. It's a necessity to get ourselves fresh water here because it takes time for it to be absorbed by the aquifer. And so a lot of times when you're seeing most of the cities I'll make, and this is more applying to, say, Skylines 1, so this is fairly new, is you'll actually see me going in here to, like, nah, that's probably not big enough spot. I'll usually go into, like, little gaps that I'll deliberately make between, like, residential and everything, and I'll just make, like, retention ponds everywhere. This tile doesn't work really well because it's so mountainous, but, like, I'd have a retention pond here, and, you know, one's down over there, and, like, wherever we could. Just kind of give it a little bit more flair, even though they don't do anything in-game at all. I'd usually make the trees extremely dense, like they're this dense everywhere until the game tells me to stop doing it. But, we haven't been doing that with this one. That said, I am getting to the point where I want to get this block sorted out. Because usually what I'll do is I'll make adjustments to traffic or whatever, do a little prettying up the city, you know, let the simulation run its course for a little bit so the traffic can make whatever correction to see where the next pain point is or see what needs to be addressed. Because otherwise the alternative is just have kind of a bunch of downtime while you let the traffic sort itself out. Because one of the things that happens with a lot of simulations and tycoon games of these styles is you make a change and you don't really get to see the outcome of that change till like 15, 20, 30, an hour later depending on how severe it is. So rather than just like wait on it, we can do that nice. And the trees grow in this game, so if I take time to plant this now, this main highway will look really nice later. Because this is where we're talking about expanding for like our really, really dense part of our city. That ultimately, this is a very heavy highway we're putting down. We've got a highway here, we've got like back roads here. We'll feed those into areas that will then have pedestrian-only areas behind them. And it's amazing how you can actually get all this and have almost no cars on it, even with like 100,000 people. I have a city I was building off-stream that I pull up every once in a while. It's like, where are the cars? There aren't any. And it's because they're all parked, and everyone walks everywhere. I still have like roads that go through the city that you can drive on, but with mixed zoning and all that together, and lots of pedestrian roads, you can get like, other than your highway, delivering goods for your industry almost nothing.
Thank you, Housecat Overlord, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Housecat Overlord, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Which, for the record, we do actually have the mid-roll ads on the channel to disable pre-rolls. That way all of you rating in don't get hit with, you know, a minute and a half or whatever it is ads like the moment you get here and then go, nope, not interested, and moving on, because I have that happen. It's not supposed to happen to raids. It still does sometimes. So I run mid-rolls to disable those. I do run the absolute minimum required to do it, though, which is 3 minutes per hour. It is the unfortunate reality of how the platform works. But that is what it is. But these days I've been playing a lot of simulation, survival, tycoon, roguelites. And actually I haven't played many rogue games in a little while, honestly. But I do like to play them on the channel from time to time. We play a pretty wide range of games on the channel. We do advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions here. It's something I've done professionally and before streaming. That in my work as a software developer and educator, I did a lot of advocacy for a lot of underrepresented groups. So I carry that forward, which mostly that is just as we see like accessibility settings in games, we go, oh cool, that's a really awesome accessibility settings. Or we see a game that does something particularly bad accessibility-wise, i.e. aggressive screen shake you cannot turn off. You know, point it out. Very specifically, aggressive screen shake you can't turn off, individually and specifically. Or motion blur you can't turn off. That's another really bad one. But it's good times. We also go for basically relaxing, chill vibes. That way, you know, people have been working all day and come home, they're all stressed out from their work day. They're just looking to wind down, offer a nice relaxing time. So, while we do technically have a scary command, it just giggles and puts a Doki character on screen, but none of the really messed up scenes. Yep, that's the one. So just little stuff like that, and that's mostly because Halloween we played Doki Doki Literature Club. We had a stream that, what do bushes get you? Absolutely nothing. They get it looking pretty. And technically these are chestnut trees. They're little baby chestnut trees. But they'll grow up someday. And then if we do like we do in any of our other games, it means we'll immediately chop them down because trees are the enemy. And that's just a meme in this particular channel because of Project Zomboid. Because trees will look at you in your moment of weakness and betray you. Wishes get you crabs? Come on, man. Have I ever played Caesar 3? I have not played Caesar 3, but I have played previous games in the Caesar series. Alright, so this parking lot is absolutely full, and we're getting back to traffic. Let's see, trees are only good for killing and creating fortifications from their corpses. Yes. Obviously we're memeing here. But, having come from Project Zomboid, never trust a tree. We can have a really big fancy parking garage here. I want to keep that spot over because I feel like I could fit something there. You know what? Sorry, offices, you should have built faster. That won't work there. Why am I doing that? You know what? We'll make that work. I'll switch this road to be that kind. And then we will put the stuff on the side. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Put the trees on the side so they don't park along it. Alright. Because we need more parking. Okay, we're getting ready to progress to the other size, larger town. Yeah, this town's been coming along together. This has only been this stream I've been working on this one. I'm actually going to quickly manually save this. Sure. Just because. But yeah, no, I've done a whole bunch of stuff with this. More than likely what will end up happening with this in the long run is either one, I'm going to take this highway over or under that, or the reverse is I'll take that over or under, which is going to be a thing. Where's the internet at? I mean, I don't know. I don't keep personal tabs on people. They could be checking out, like they could be watching our channel, they could be, you know, having a nice day doing whatever. Alright, let's get this fixed, because we have people parking on the roads. And that's not parking at maximum price. Even though I don't think the actual parking price does get you paid. The point is I don't want them stopping parking on that road. Meanwhile, before I forget. There we go. So we max out the price of parking everywhere we do have. It's all taxis and all that. They'll get that sorted out eventually. Right now, I think it's mostly because this is still early setup time that we're getting problems here. Shouldn't have hardly any cars over there. Plus, once this garage fits up, it should get better. We'll worry about that in a minute. How are we doing on a bunch of our health stuff? Parking availability. It's already almost maxed out. Traffic is terrible the whole way around here. Like, that's for the reason... Like, fixing the traffic here is going to be very problematic, which we'll get there. But for the moment, I'm trying to just branch out over here, get this all set up. Like, we made all these intersections over here. Like, all of these have been handmade because I actually haven't unlocked the intersection, so all that's handcrafted and whatnot. Oh, I know what the problem here is. Get out of here with your traffic lights. Nobody needs traffic lights. Especially when you're in an area that cars aren't... Where are you going, cars? You're not allowed to be back there. Oh, it's open on that side, I see. Hear me out, building. Let's just fix that problem right now. And then all the cars flying in the sky. Good luck to you. I don't want them driving onto the pedestrian-only roads because all the pedestrians walking around will cause the whole thing to just gridlock, which is what we were seeing there. So by having them pull in there, it'll be as fast as they can pull in, and then they'll start looping back and going the other way. We'll almost certainly max out our parking yet again. It is what it is. But that should calm down once this gets built up and all that sort of out, and it's not in the move-in phase. Alright, so we've got our antenna over there. I can't quite get... Because if I could get one over here, because it'll be up on the mountain, it'd have really good range as well. So we'll just have to wait till that, because we're about to increase in size again, so we'll get a bunch of land over here. Alright, so that's coming along slowly. And all this is zoned to be used, we're just kind of waiting for them to have need. Put a lot of higher density housing over there. Those are getting abandoned. Alright, so let's see. So we've got our basic education stuff set up here. This one's unhappy because we can't get any of the high schoolers over here. Can't quite squeeze it, it's really close. That is one of the things I'm going to do, is I'm probably going to put a college and a university over on this side of the road. That's at least the plan. Alright. That's fine. Really big building, go away. You're filling up rapidly. Honestly, we could tuck the pedestrian road under here as well. So when we put the next grid over here, that'd be fine. That might be worth doing, because like right now I can't quite fit the high school in and all that. I am planning on using there's a ridge right there, putting that as the boundary here so that we don't just take the grid forward. It kind of moves with that. I had planned like maybe curve the roads here, but we just didn't end up getting to that point. So I see the problem we've got going on right now. And the problem we've got going right now is all these cars trying to get past the subway entrance because of how many people are using the subway, which is a good problem to have as far as people using the subway, but trying to get that parking garage. So we are going to switch this up again. That's not the button I wanted. You can move it over here to the other side of the road there. And then with that, we're going to go here. We're going to change this into a pedestrian-only road. And can put our offices back over here. So that was a colossal waste of everyone's time. Alright, so we can get modern offices. That gives us the next tier larger. Okay. So if we go over here, we can get that to get where we can hook up internet to be even better. Alright, otherwise I think we just go and keep spreading right along this area. And let's grab our communication tower. Plunk it right up here at the top. And which will be the best way to get the road down? This one of those ones I think we're literally just gonna have to have like a ridiculous road that just dives down the side of the mountain. Unfortunately. There isn't really a good way I can connect this up that doesn't involve that kind of a situation. It's just too sheer of a mountain. I was like, how does that work? That's something you can do it. Alright. Can you make a footpath instead? No, it has to be a road. It specifically says it has to be a road. It's so ridiculous. You know, back and forth. Yeah, you can. It's just trying to get to cooperate. It's probably not going off that way. Maybe like 90-degree turns back and forth down. I can do that. I'm trying not to, because I want it to actually look decent. But I do think this is one of those ones that it's not gonna really work for me trying to make it look decent. I dislike this so much. It looks so awful. You kind of wish there was like a follow the contour of the ground. Like basically that it would try its best to path. Like an automatic pathing thing. Yeah, it's such a steep mountain is the real problem. I can also just terraform the ground and be done with it. Yeah, because there's like no angle, it's not just a quick drop. What a safe looking road. I know, right? Oh, I don't have it. I thought I had like the one that winds as you go. Alright, the automated parking is almost full. What I want to try and do... Let's go back here. Come on, you're getting there. And it just keeps going farther down. We're gonna get there soon. All right. Cool. That seems like a great idea. It's perfect. Alright, meanwhile I need to connect it up to power and everything else. Which should be just up this way. I think we ran a cable. We did not. Run the cable where the road is. There's power. And now I need water. Alright, it's all hooked up on this nightmare road. Like, I'd love to be able to sit there and like have it spiral around this whole thing, but we didn't quite buy enough territory to cover that. It's hooked up, it's providing internet, and that's what matters. Alright. So you're all full. And traffic is starting to die down here. It's not better yet, but it's getting there. Should have just dropped an airport up there. Just top off the mountain. Cool. Now, actually, that does seem to be working out pretty well. I'm surprised that this is slowing down so much. Like, a bunch of cars are just vanishing from existence here, other than, like, the taxis and everything. That's it. Obviously, I need even more parking for this area. Considering those are both maxed out. What do we unlock here? Oh, higher density commercial. That's fair. I actually need commercial. Well, this neighborhood, I hate to say it to you, you didn't build fast enough. So you're commercial now. Oh, right, we haven't had any parks down here, have we? Oh, right, we didn't spend our points. Alright, that's good because it's like, oh man, I probably want to get my parks. So, unlock you, unlock you, unlock you, and we are spent there for right now. Make a community pool. Summer seasonal recreation. We could do a soccer field. Oh, the subway's there. I was like, what are you hitting? Where can I fit this in where it won't be super disruptive to everything? Alright, so we got a soccer field. Does no one use the parking at the actual place of business? Oh no, we don't allow that. I mean, they actually show like a parking garage down there. But yeah, nope. Pedestrian roads. Honestly, I'm surprised we don't need more residential in this area. I mean, I guess we have the mixed zoning over here and here. Alright, so we can take this to the next area. Just like before, we're going to grab a right off this intersection. We're going to go straight out here. So that's right, we had 122 is the first block. For gridding, so 122. And this goes 244. Sorry, 245. 122. 245. It's so annoying that, like, if you don't use the actual grid thing, just wait until this downtown Louisville and the people are all becoming zombies. Again, wrong game. I know you really want every game to be Product Zomboid, but it's just still it just won't be. I'd actually be really disappointed if it was. I like Product Zomboid, but I like variety. I don't need every game to have zombies in it. You get real tiresome, honestly. Yeah, roads cost like nothing, so just slapping out like an entire area. Alright. And we can go ahead and just keep doing this. Corporate zombies. Oh yeah, no, we'll have plenty of those. We'll have worker drones. When are they gonna launch Build 42? I want basements. Probably not this year. Sadly. My guess would still be first quarter next year. IndieStone is one of those companies that it's ready when it's ready, and it's not like you're not going to see it until then. So if it takes them 3 years to do an update, they will actually make you wait 3 years. Which, for the record, I'm actually perfectly okay with that. I would rather people wait to drop the update when it's ready than like so many games who drop these updates. They're like in absolutely horrific shape. But it is a very small team who does it. What comes out first? Say Skylines 2 Build 42 or Project Zomboid Build 42? I don't think they use the same naming conventions, but probably say Skylines. Nah, I'm teasing. It won't be that bad. But yeah, I know it is. It is as well as realities that. I mean, I warned people like for the last year. It's like, hey, if you're waiting for Build 42, like you might as well do something else in the meantime. It's not going to be anytime soon. Like that wasn't me being pessimistic. That was me being realistic. It's the way they've always operated. They do not update frequent or fast. They take their time, they get it right. And again, I got a lot of respect for that, and I think that in a lot of ways is the correct way of approaching these things. Alright. Oh, you're gonna have this road be a regular road so that way the cars can get around. Okay. I'm just surprised the game is still in development at this point. Oh, Project Zomboid? Yeah, it's been 10 years now they've been developing it. The really amazing thing is I know people have already heard their story about at one point they had a laptop with most of their code on it got stolen. And they just luckily had a backup that they were able to recover. But there was like a little while, it's like, I guess the game's gone. Like, you know, our equipment was stolen that had it on it, and we just, you know, we have, like, we don't have a latest version or whatever. But luckily, it ended up being one of those things that they were able to, like, not have to backtrack super far on the code, thanks. What did I get wrong with that road? What road are you? Oh, your highway. Your 4-lane highway. There you go. I was like, wait, that's not lining up the way it's supposed to. Build 43, year 2060. Well, that's, like, I've had a lot of people pop in like, oh, I can't wait for their, like, wait for the NPCs, like the human NPCs. It's like, I really don't want to crush your dreams, but that's a good 4 or 5 major updates away. That's gonna be a pretty long wait, I'm afraid. Like that genuinely, if they were dropping updates like every like other week or so, that's exaggerating. If they're dropping, you know, an update every 2 weeks or whatever, you would still be waiting, you know, another year or two at like a minimum. And like the first version of the NPCs are going to be lackluster by their own, like they're saying like the first version of NPCs are going to be pretty dumb, and then they have like the next major update is making them not as dumb kind of thing. They've got a pretty good roadmap. It's just they're not a fast-moving company when it comes to updates. Oh, Project Zomboid be before Star Citizens. I mean, Star Citizen is a game now. I still, like, after I felt, like, for me personally, it was, I got the Kickstarter, and I felt burned when they started adding it where you could, like, buy the ships with, like, straight-up cash and that kind of stuff, and, like, that was just, like, nah, I can't support this. Like, so, unrelated to, like, all the stuff that happened later, that was just the thing, it's like, nah, like, this is something I'm personally not okay with. And just never look back at it kind of thing. Alright, so one thing I know is we want to put a high school on this side. So I think what I'm going to do is get rid of this intersection, or this road here, to make room for the high school in that area. Because the grid I have there is not big enough to accommodate a high school otherwise. So I can go over here, and this will be where we'll put the high school. Because I already have another high school in the town. The problem is it's just too far away. Alright, so they've got that. They've got more demand for commercial. So I think we'll do in this case, we'll take the dense commercial. You can just put that right along that side of the highway. Put next to school as well. You can do this thing where you can see both European and North American. And do all that. We also need to go in here and plan for the parking situation. So I think we'll do for this one is kind of the same thing we did with the other one. We'll go kind of in the middle of here. Both sides of the road, we'll get parking. Max out its price. Alright, we have the welfare office. Do we have room for you around here? I actually do. I put it there because I don't have one, so it increases the value, like increases the attractiveness of your city to have an office for covering that. Because we're starting to build out our downtown a little bit. Okay. And they want more industry. Okay, so we're about to reveal the taxation strategy of this town. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say it's very unethical. It is not something I, as a actual person, agree with, but it works. Which is, I want less people in my town to move into low density housing. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this. Just keep kind of encouraging that. We need to get the college set up, but I think again we put the college. Yeah, so I think what we ultimately do is I'm gonna put the college over here on this side of the road. This is going to probably cause some traffic issues. You know what? We're not gonna do that. I put the college over here. And this does mean I'm going to have to go here real fast and change your road to this and to put the trees on it. Then go college. All right. And we add a library to it. Okay. So that'll help out with that. One thing we're also going to do is select districts. You're going to be assigned to that district, and we're going to adjust the size of this district. All right. Because I want to keep the school as much as possible in the area. We still have more stuff we need to move in here. I've got a bunch of other city services down in this area around here. We'll get that figured out. All right. They want more industry. Okay, so we're starting to run into problems where I haven't been getting stuff. So metal ore is a pain point with our industry right now. Okay, so let's see if we can't find ourselves some metal ore to try and resolve that. We've got ore here. You're outside of our territory. You're right on the edge. I can't take this and put it right in the middle of the area there. It'll cause problems. But this, on the other hand, we can make work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn that. And we could set up all sorts of clever road stuff to make it so traffic doesn't get bad in this road and all that kind of stuff. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a dirt road like this. And we're going to go like that. I'm going to start out with a straight out road so that way we don't have to worry about fancy stuff. That's definitely what you want, is a tiny little dirt road connecting your highway. It absolutely will not backfire horrifically in any way. Being very sarcastic here, if you're not catching that. But it might be fine. And we'll go run this down here. Oh, I have a water tower there? I think this will be okay. If not, we'll just have to shut down that water tower. Speaking of which, oh, this is gonna be another one of those ones that's gonna be problematic if we go cover the whole thing. Basically, it'll make the mound look absolutely terrible if I cover up the whole thing there. What I'm trying to do is just kind of skirt around the edge of the mountain. I'm just gonna assume I need to get rid of this water tower. Alright, water tower, let's move you someplace else because I have need of that location here. We'll just punk you down right there with the other one. The two of them shouldn't be able to overwhelm it. Okay, we can go back to you. Because my assumption is we're going to cause ground pollution here. Yep, that'll do. So I'll be bringing Orin. Obviously, this intersection is horrific, but it is way out of the way right now. So it'll be something that becomes a problem later that I'll deal with later. Later's a great time to deal with our problems. We are at the point where I could use another not cemetery, crematorium. Please stop showing this display so I can actually see what I'm doing. Alright, so you won't be able to go from there. I will need a university. Can we fit the university over here? Do I put the university right on this side road? I really don't want to, but otherwise I won't. I'm going to do it. That's not what I'm supposed to do with what I'm working on here. But I'll put it there for now. And the reason for that is the idea is I'm not supposed to put buildings on these three roads here, so that no one turns on and off of those roads other than to get to a different area. So that these never back up. I think the university will be tucked out of the way here until I expand to the south. Makes it not a problem. And how is power doing? Power's fine. How's water doing? Alright, so I need more water. This doesn't matter, but I'm doing it anyways. That way the neighborhood teenagers can, wander out there on their own, get themselves in trouble, but be able to see a really fantastic view. It's just the way this works. Alright. I wonder if down the road I can completely reshape that area of town as urban sprawl slowly takes over. They have more industry demand. How are you doing? So you're still waiting on metal ore. It seems that everyone seems to be waiting on for the moment. And surprisingly, I don't see how these dirt roads aren't completely backed up. Because I've just been expanding dirt road after dirt road back here. And just like gridding it out. Like the industry area, we're putting no effort into making it look nice. We're just slapping down a grid going good enough. And it somehow is just perfectly fine still. And go here to industry, regular industry. How is our trash